So, good morning, everyone. We are so much glad to be hosting all of you, our clever students and our astute professors and our guest speakers from all around the world. So, I am Sharifa, and he's my colleague Matu, and he's Shohrukh. So, we will be hosting this webinar today with collaboration with Indie Guide. So today we have a diverse lineup of speakers and topics that promise valuable insights. So into sustainable tourism practices shaping the future of Central Asia. So let's dive into the agenda of today. So we are basically having three main sessions, which will be devoted to CBT practices in Uzbekistan, not only in Uzbekistan, but in Central Asia, and then sustainable practices that different people from different corners of the world are having. So with a great honor, it's my pleasure to welcome our rector of Bukhara State University, Professor Obijon Hamidov, for the welcoming speech.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to see you, all of you, even on Zoom and also in the auditorium. So thank you very much for all of you for being very active in these crucial issues. Nowadays, the world are changing and in many places are in different political situation as well. And also the Bukhara State University is pushing effort to develop the tourism. Today is one of the major aspect and major income for Uzbekistan is tourism. But the world are changing and we are going to have not only the the learning income from the tourism, but we are thinking about the sustainability of the tourism. As Uzbekistan has a great potential for developing the tourism, I think today is the issue, and today is the conference, the first time, which is the internationally, and there are many, many speakers. I just looked through this, all the list, and I saw this, the professionals are there already, and I wish very succeed. And in this our today's meeting, there are many, many students and the fellows are coming from the different destination. And so I wish today is the first sustainable development goals are taking into consideration in the tourism field. And I hope the students and in Central Asia, community-based tourism will be promote and attract and will be changing our behaviors to nature. And this will be a key driver for our economy as well. So that's why I very appreciate to see this kind of the international event, and for the future we'll organize not online but will be the mostly the offline. All of you, you are very welcome to one of the best destination in the Silk Road, Uzbekistan, and also to Bukhara as well. For the sustainability and community-based tourism, especially Bukhara as a desert area and oasis area, we have a lot of things to do together with you to have some research program, mutual project, could be with different countries as you are participating. And I think that all of the international organization, non-government organization are fully support this kind of our initiative. And for future, we'll be having this kind of the activities by supporting, by including the international organization also. Thank you very much for all the staff who has a very had a big support, especially international office of Bukhara State University, especially international experts are there, our students, teachers, and office managers, and I fully support this kind of the initiative. Thank you very much, and good succeed.
Thank you so much, our professor and rector, Honorable Rector of Bukhara State University. So now we are going to give the floor to Indie Guide. So the session one is going to be about unlocking the practical secrets of community-based tourism and ecotourism. So the stage is yours.
Good morning and salam to everyone. We are very happy to have you join us today for this insightful exploration into the future of sustainable tourism. My name is Alexandra Tosun, and I'm delighted to be your first presenter here today. Before we kick off, I wanted to take a moment and recognize the diverse audience we have here today. We have today tour operators, guides, industry experts, students, and travel enthusiasts, all sharing a passion for sustainable and community-driven travel. So I hope we can explore today together and unlock the full potential of sustainable tourism in Central Asia and hopefully create experiences that leave a positive impact. So for all of you that do not know our company, my partner Ati and me, we are Indie Guide. We are an online marketplace for local hosts for destination along the Silk Road and other underrated destinations. So our mission is to connect local hosts with open-minded travelers from all over the world for a kind of an authentic experience, and also to support local communities and give, as we say, this underrated destination a bit more visibility in the tourism industry. So I am here today to speak to you about the crucial role of community engagement in the future of responsible tourism. And speaking of underrated destination, as we call them, Central Asia is unfortunately still a bit of a blind spot on the tourism map, but it deserves so much more. And I wanted to start this presentation here with the highlights for Central Asia that makes it such a diverse and unique tourism destination, and why travelers should actually visit this very wonderful region of the world. So Central Asia was always a key region along the Silk Road. Ancient cities, historic trade routes, and architectural wonders make it really a heaven for history enthusiasts. The region has also a beautiful and very diverse landscape, including vast steppes, towering mountains like the Pamirs, like the Tian Shan, the enigmatic aerial sea. Pristine environment offers really an untouched and natural experience for travelers. Central Asia has also this nomadic heritage, which is very special, and travelers can actually experience this traditional nomadic lifestyle by staying in yurts or also participating in nomadic festivals. Central Asia also known for the warm hospitality, of course, so visitors can engage in homestays where they are welcomed in local homes and providing an authentic and heartwarming cultural experience. It offers also a very culinary experiences with dishes like plov, mante, lagman. So culinary tours allow visitors to really savor the rich flavor of Central Asia cuisine. It's also a paradise for adventure seekers, of course. So trekking in the mountains, skiing in winter, it has really a lot to offer for outdoor activities. Cultural festival, also a big topic in Central Asia. It has cultural festivals throughout the year. So these events really showcase local art, music, dance, crafts, and this creates an immersive cultural experience for travelers. Historic landmarks, it has a lot to offer with historic landmarks such as the Jor Minor in Uzbekistan, or the mausoleum of Khoja Ahmed Yasavi in Kazakhstan, or the ancient city in Merv in Turkmenistan, just to name a few of them. Since it has always been such a crossroad of civilization, and it has been influenced by the Persian, by the Turks, the Mongols, the Russian, and this confluence really reflects in the art and in the architecture, makes it also a very special region. Craftsmanship, it's also known in Central Asia, textiles, carpets, ceramics, so travelers can really witness artisans or also purchase something very unique here. And was also very special, of course, religious, sacred, spiritual sites, ancient mosques, mausoleums, shrines. So it adds also a very spiritual dimension to a travel experience. So 2003 is almost over. Tourism is back to its almost full potential after the pandemic. And the tourism industry, as you know, is very dynamic and continually expanding. But I still wanted to share with you some trends while we see engaging with our guests that are still relevant and are also nowadays rising. So cultural and heritage tourism, which is a form that tourism engaged with local, tangible and intangible heritage of a region through different kinds of experiences or activities, and to connect with local people is a very big topic at the moment. Leisure travel is something as well. It's a growing tourism trend. So people expanding their business travel with leisure activities. Also, adventure tourism is still since a while here, but generally pairing travel with outdoor and adventure activities is still a big topic. Something rather a bit newer is this transformational tourism. So people really want to travel not just for leisure, but also aiming to make a difference in both lives, themselves and also for others, as well as this experience tourism, where people are really travel for this once in a lifetime experience and actually really connect with local cultures and nature. Since the pandemic, slow travel is a topic that comes up more often. So embracing the art of travel without being in a rush, to really, foster the surroundings and have an appreciation for the diverse landscape encountering along the way. Culinary experiences, still foodies is still a big topic as well, experiencing street food. So also doing master classes, learning something new while you are traveling is also a big topic. Also long and multi-country vacations, staying longer in a country and having more of a region. Also personalization, people do really like to have personalized trips and based on their experiences and personal preferences. Community involvement, so tourism experiences that involves benefiting local communities, they have gained traction, as well as, of course, the big topic, sustainable tourism. So sustainability and eco-friendly travel options has been a key consideration for modern travelers. So so the last two trends are the actual reason we are here having this webinar here today. So the question is, what actually is the definition of sustainable tourism? So sustainable tourism takes the full account of the current and future economic, social, environmental impact, addressing the needs of visitors, of the industry, of the environment, and of host communities. So it is really a conscious effort to make tourism a force for a positive change and for long-term harmony. So as you can see, sustainable tourism goes way beyond just environmental consideration. It includes social and economic aspects, with community engagement really playing a crucial role in achieving sustainability. And Central Asia, with its diverse culture and landscape, can actually really benefit significantly from this community-centric approach. And why is it so crucial for sustainable tourism? First of all, Central Asia is rich in cultural heritage. So traditions, festival, crafts, as we heard. So involving local communities in tourism ensures to actually prevent those heritages. Tourism can also be a source of income, of course, for local communities, very important point. So engaging them in the tourism value chain with homestays, handicrafts, guided tours can create economic opportunities for locals. Also, if local communities are the stewards of natural environment, so engaging them in sustainable tourism practices, it fosters a sense of responsibility and for conservation. Community engagement also leads to a more authentic travel experience, as we heard. So travelers interact with local, they gain insight into traditional life, customs, and they can also benefit from local insight. As we heard, people, the trend, experience tourism. Communities can guide tourists also in cultural norms. It helps minimize the negative impacts, such as cultural insensitivity or disruption of sacred sites, and it helps prevent the harm the environment. Building social capital. So tourism can also strengthen the community bond. You know, when engaging with visitors, it fosters sort of a unity and a pride for the community within. And of course, developing sustainable development. So engaging communities in sustainable tourism can actually help to benefit in the long term, because it contributes to the development of a whole region. And responsible tourism education, community engagement also helps to educate both tourists and local about responsible tourism practice, and gives this sense for responsibility for tourism development. So I want to break this down a bit more, this point a bit more. So what actual are the benefits for local gaining for being part in the tourism tourism industry? As we heard, income generation, tourism can actually really indirectly and directly help for employment opportunities like jobs in hospitality, guiding, transportation, or handicraft. Cultural preservation, as we heard before, it can be a catalyst to preserve local culture, because it gives an economic incentives for local to maintain these traditions. I give you the example of the old eagle hunting tradition, which is a UNESCO intangible cultural heritage, and it helps that travelers are interested in this old tradition to also preserve it. Engaging communities in tourism can also empower them to build skills, you know, with training programs. Locals try to participate and benefit from the tourism industry. Infrastructure development, tourist development often leads also to improve infrastructure like roads, utilities, public spaces, and with local residents can also benefit from them and enhance the quality of life. Community well-being in general, by also contributing to local services, school or healthcare facilities. It also helped the cultural exchange between visitors and locals, you know, fostering the understanding and tolerance. So locals and tourists, it helps promote the cross-cultural understanding and hopefully breaks down also some stereotypes that are around. And engaging communities in environmental conservation efforts can also lead to sustainable management of resources and protect ecosystem for the future. Well, where are there opportunities? There are also some challenges most of the time. So yeah, what are we facing with community involvement or engagement? So rapid and uncontrolled tourism can also bring some social challenges, such as the increasing of living costs or overcrowding. Dependency risk, if we depend too much on tourism as a primary source of income, it can also expose us to risks, such as we saw during the pandemic. And local communities often also lack the resource, both financial and human, to effectively engage in tourism or in the promotion. Cultural sensitivity, as we heard before, you know, it can also over-communalization or cultural commodification can also lead to the loss of authenticity, as we see in many examples in the world, especially let's say Angkor Wat in Cambodia, where it's very crowded there. So we also have to keep in mind, especially with sacred sites. Seasonality, also a topic here in Central Asia. Dependence on tourism as an income can lead to seasonal issues. So community can struggle during the off-peak season. And unmanaged tourism can, of course, also lead to environmental damages. So as you can see, effective community engagement in tourism involves creating a relationship where tourists and locals benefit from. It requires careful planning, an open communication, and a commitment to sustainability. And just with that, we can ensure that tourism enhances the social and the economic well-being of local communities. So I want to share a positive example of successful community management with you now. It's a locally run eagle hunter festival in Western Mongolia, where local communities really actively participate in tourism while preserving their cultural heritage and then cultural and natural heritage. So the community involvement, so during the festival, tour operators, they come with the travelers, they stay at the homestays. Residents also often serve as guides. They introduce visitors to their rich culture and also to the natural side. So travelers can engage with cultural experiences, they can participate in the festival, they can enjoy the traditions, music, dance performances, interact with communities, or really immerse, be part of their life, immerse in these new cultures. Homestay allows the travelers to experience day-to-day life, and they really give them a local connection. And of course, the impact, the economic impact for the locals, the revenue really contributes to the local families, it stays there, to hosts, to families, and also community projects can be achieved with that. We had also dentists coming, participating in the festival, giving then also dental health care to the local community there. So I think this is a very nice example how positive community engagement can be. Yeah, and I want to give you, or we want to share some recommendations now with you for some action calls for different stakeholders that are involved in the tourism industry in Central Asia to foster such a sustainable practice and community engagement in tourism. So for governments and policymakers, develop and enforce policies that actually prioritize sustainable tourism practices. Also invest in infrastructure development that benefits both tourists and communities, like energy efficient transport, waste management, renewable energy, things like that. Establish guidelines for responsible tourism that emphasize environmental and cultural conservation. For local communities, actively participate in the tourism process related to tourism development, and also develop community-led tourism initiatives that highlight the cultural and natural assets of your region. And embrace the sustainable practices to prevent local and environmental traditions. For tour guides, so receive actually trainings on cultural sensitivity and responsible tourism and act as an ambassador for sustainable tourism, advocating visitors about the importance of preserving environment and local cultures, and also support local community-led initiatives and local businesses. For tour operators, incorporate really sustainability criteria in your tour planning and in your operation, provide training for staff and cultural sensitivity, environmental conservation and sustainable tourism practices, and collaborate with local communities to design this really authentic and culturally sensitive experiences. And as well, let's not forget also the tourist side. So choose a tour operator that actually has with strong sustainability practices, respect local customs and traditions and the environment during your visit, and contribute to the local economy by supporting local businesses, restaurants, local artisans, local hotels, not only the big chains. Yeah, and at the end, I would like to envision the future of Central Asia that fosters a community engagement. So yeah, these authentic experiences. So we hope that travelers are increasingly seeking for these authentic and meaningful experiences. We see that on our website. So yeah, Central Asia communities deeply rooted in this rich cultural tradition can actually give people such a really authentic experience. Also with the sustainable practices, we believe that the future of tourism in Central Asia is likely to embrace this sustainability, and we hope that community engagement will play an important role in developing and implementing such sustainable practices so that tourism and local communities can benefit from it. And as tourism evolves, there will likely be an increase in community-led tourism initiatives. So local communities may take the lead in designing and actually manage tours that will ensure experiences align with also their values and their aspirations. Yeah. And also hopefully at the end, through effective community engagement in Central Asian destinations, can gain global recognition as a responsible and community-driven tourism hotspots in the world. This will hopefully contribute to a positive image and will attract lots of more travelers to these very beautiful regions. So in essence, the future of tourism in Central Asia is one where local communities are not just the beneficiaries, but an active contributor to the industry's success and will ensure a sustainable and culturally rich experience for travelers from all over the world. So thank you so much. I'm coming to an end. Thank you for being a part of this insightful discussion with me here today. We have a lot more very interesting speakers today about CBT and sustainable tourism. The insight they are sharing are the building block for sustainable future tourism in Central Asia. And I encourage each of you to carry this discussion forward and foster a continued dialogue with each other. So let's continue to work together, turn ideas hopefully into action, and shape a more sustainable and community-driven tourism landscape here in Central Asia. So stay connected, stay inspired, and let's create a positive impact together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex, for your insightful perspectives. It was very interesting to listen your perspectives about the benefits, risks, and recommendations for community-based practices in Central Asia and Uzbekistan. So now it's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker, Sophie Ibbotson. So Sophie's expertise has made her a trusted consultant for international organizations, embassies, and governments. I personally checked her LinkedIn profile, and I was so happy to see that she puts the people at the corner of her efforts. Whatever she does it for people, for working with the higher administration staff. So, dear Sophie, the virtual floor is yours. So, thank you for joining us today and allocating your time for us.
Thank you very much for that warm introduction. I'm just going to make sure that my slides are showing. Hopefully you can now see can you see my screen?
It is loading.
Okay. Hopefully it will catch up in a moment. Let's try that again. Right, for whatever reason, I seem to have a screen sharing problem, but if you just give me one moment, I'll try it one last time, and if it doesn't work, we will carry on without it. Note, for some reason, it doesn't like pictures, so my apologies about that. You'll have to look at me instead. I'm just going to see if I can send the slides across to Matthew to do it. Thank you for your patience. It's always the technology that lets us down.
Okay, Sophie, 1 second. We are putting out your slides.
Thank you. Lovely. Well, thank you very much all for your patience, and a very good morning to you. It's still dark here in London, but I'm really pleased to be able to join you online and to talk about community-based tourism. Not only is CBT an appealing product for tourists, but it can also be a major driver of economic and social cultural development, which is why it's such an important component of any tourism development strategy. My name is Sophie Ibbotson, and although many of you know me as Uzbekistan's tourism ambassador, I've worked across Central Asia and Afghanistan for the past 15 years. My interests are in sustainable economic and social development, cross-border engagement, and intercultural exchange. For me, tourism is not just a goal in its own right, but it's a vehicle for delivering a range of benefits, including in rural communities. Please, can you change to the next slide? I'm going to start by saying that CBT shouldn't be viewed as a separate tourism product. There's no such thing as tourism without people. They're a non-negotiable part of the equation. What we need to do is to ensure that tourism is sustainable, and that means that it has to be equitable. Everyone who is involved in tourism value chain, and in particular host communities, need to feel engaged and that they're benefiting from the tourism growth. Have the next slide, please. In my presentation this morning, I'm going to talk to you about 3 different examples of CBT. The first one's in Afghanistan, the second one is in Tajikistan, and the third one is in Uzbekistan. Those of you who know me in person quickly discover that I have a love affair with Afghanistan's Wakhan corridor. And one of the reasons for this is its CBT model. Until 2021, it was a relatively accessible and safety of the Wakhan corridor, which attracted the attention of international travel media, tour operators, and of course, the tourists themselves. In fact, it was the only destination within Afghanistan which companies would consistently promote and sell. Visitor numbers were never going to be very high, but the Wakhan is a case study for what the future of tourism in Afghanistan could look like. Why was it successful? I think that there are 3 reasons. Next slide, please. The first is the uniqueness of the product offering. The Wakhan, as I mentioned, was perceived as the only place in Afghanistan where it was safe to go, and there was certainly a kudos for visiting. At the same time, there are very few places in the world which offer such a pristine natural environment or such authentic opportunities for cultural engagement. Tourists recognised that this was something very special, but also that the window for visiting and seeing the Wakhan in its present state was strictly limited. Everything could change quickly. The second reason that I think CBT grew so quickly was a lack of alternatives for local people. CBT was one of very few legal, safe, but profitable business activities in the Wakhan. If you worked in tourism, you didn't need to migrate to the cities to find work. You could stay close to home, caring for your family and for your livestock. You weren't going to get shot or caught in a bomb attack staying in the Wakhan corridor. And equally, you weren't going to drown or freeze trying to smuggle narcotics over the mountains or over the river. Tourism, therefore, looked like a very attractive business opportunity. And guest house owners, guides, drivers, porters, and everybody else involved in the tourism value chain had a vested interest in collaborating and providing a very high quality experience and a warm welcome for the tourists who came to visit. The third factor, which really mustn't be underestimated, is the practical and the ongoing support that the Wakhan corridor receives from the Aga Khan agencies. The Aga Khan financed the construction of the guest houses and the training of guides, including language training. They prepared tourism circuits, tourist maps, brochures about the archaeological sites and about folk tales. This investment and the level of professionalism, critically, their ability to reach and engage with potential tourists outside the Wakhan corridor, and particularly in Europe and the US, set the Wakhan apart from any other attempts to develop CBT in Afghanistan. The Wakhan and its communities have been hit incredibly hard, first by COVID and the closure of the border with Tajikistan, and then by the return of the Taliban to power. I'm delighted, though, that CBT has been remarkably resilient, and that's partly due to its community-based nature and the factors that I mentioned above. The international tour operators did restart their trips to the Wakhan this summer, so summer 2023, and I've already seen trips advertised for 2024, including with Untamed Borders. Azim Ziahi, who works for Wakhan Adventure, did tell me he was going to be on the webinar this morning. I couldn't actually see him on the list of participants, but please do reach out to him if you're interested in CBT in the Wakhan. He's a local guide and fixer based in Ishkashim, and has a huge and direct experience in CBT in the valley. Have the next slide, please. In fact, here's some of the guides and porters from the Wakhan. Next slide, please. So across the border in Tajikistan, I'm the international tourism consultant for the World Bank's Rural Economy Development Project, which includes a substantial CBT component in Khatlon and in Gaukhar. I am in no doubt about Tajikistan's potential for adventure and ecotourism, and CBT is the linchpin of both of these. But in the short term, I worry that this potential is not going to be realised. That's incredibly frustrating, and it's a sharp reminder that just because you have got a big budget and the support from international partners, it doesn't mean that the outcomes you want are guaranteed. Next slide, please. There are many components of the World Bank project which are good. We are financing the conservation of historic sites, including the Yamtun Fortress, and 20 community-level tourism projects like local museums and parks. More than 150 small businesses have received grants for activities such as renovating their guest houses, installing toilets indoors, showers, purchasing camping equipment, mountain bikes, and we've delivered hospitality training in every district of Gabao and Khatlon, and also produced a feasibility study for a long-distance hiking trails network. So these are all good CBT activities. Why then am I not raving about the success of the project? Because when it comes to tourism development, and particularly to CBT, spending money and ticking boxes isn't enough. The CBT needs to be community-led, the clue's in the name. And the job of the government and donors should be to provide an enabling environment and access to long-term affordable finance, not to try and control everything and to interfere. Tajikistan has got the potential to be the world's greatest trekking destination. So developing hiking trails should be a no-brainer, especially as hiking trails would anchor wider CBT development. Unfortunately, under our project, we've got a detailed feasibility study and no money left in the budget to implement it, because money has been frittered away on what I would consider to be vanity projects. Similarly, government officials have put huge pressure on grant enablers to approve grants for their pet projects, or to change the scope of work once grants have already been approved. So the politics and the structuring of projects has made it very difficult to collaborate meaningfully with the local partners like PECTA, whose experience, credibility and network are critical to the success of a project like this. I've just seen that Azim from the Wakhan has joined us online, so please do have a chat with him later. So when the World Bank project finishes in Tajikistan in 2024, I do hope that the community-based tourism in Khatlon and Gabao will be in a better place than when we started. But my feeling is that much, much more could have been done. Have the next slide, please. That's, yes, some of the potential of Tajikistan, and particularly in its hiking trails. Next slide, please. The last CBT project that I want to talk about is a much smaller one. It's the Shireen Eco Village near to Bukhara in Uzbekistan. And I visited very shortly before they opened in March 2022. And I've sent several journalists and tour operators to visit, because I think it's a good small project to talk about and to include in itineraries. Shirin is a community-led project, but has had some financial support, particularly from a French couple who have a long relationship with Bukhara and with tourism. In the middle of the village, it's Shirin Ethno Village, not Shirin Eco Village. It's too early in the morning here. So in the middle of the village, there is a compound with simple but comfortable accommodation in ensuite rooms and also in yurts. There's a kitchen garden. There's space for cookery workshops and for demonstrations, including baking bread, as you can see here on the right. There's a restaurant. There's a small museum which contains artifacts relating to rural life, which have been donated by members of the community. And there's an open area for performances, particularly of music and of dance. Artisans are selling their handicrafts too. So the people working at Shirin in the tourist complex are mostly from the village. The ingredients they use in the food, the handicrafts they sell, are all coming from local suppliers, and the profits are going back into the community. I wanted to mention Shirin today because it shows how you can do CBT well on a small level. Although sometimes government involvement is unavoidable, it's not an essential, it's not a prerequisite for a project being a success. You don't have to have big grants, and you don't have to have international consultants. Although it might be ideal to develop a whole network of CBT projects across a region, across a country, a single village can become a destination in its own right, especially if it's within easy reach of existing tourism centres. What's important is that you have somebody who's got a clear vision, an ability to inspire and to coordinate the community and all of the neighbours and businesses around them, and that there's attention to detail so that you have quality control. Those things are a recipe for success. Last slide, please. So thank you all for your time this morning. I'm very happy to take your questions now, or you can contact me later on Telegram or on social media. I'm always very happy to chat.
Thank you so much, Sophie, for sharing your ideas about the community-based practice which is happening around the Central Asia. You, as being a tourism ambassador of Uzbekistan to the UK, have done a lot of things, and you have talked about the potentials that is very hard to express, to reveal sometimes, and we wish you good luck in your future efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, dear speakers, dear participants, thanks for joining us today. Thanks for joining on our event on sustainability, sustainable tourism in Central Asia. So we are going to go more into the insights of sustainable tourism in Central Asia. It's now it's time to learn about how sustainable tourism has been going very well in Kyrgyzstan. So today we will hear about Kyrgyzstan from Talant Toksonbaev. He represents Osh and Alai, CBT Association in Kyrgyzstan. Talant, can you hear us?
Hello, good morning. I do hear you.
Yes, good morning. So what are some reasons of such growth in sustainability in Kyrgyzstan? Can you share the insights with us?
Thank you for welcoming me as a guest speaker for this great event. Can I do a little bit of screen demonstration?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'll just do. Okay. So actually, let me brief about our CBT initiative in Kyrgyzstan. Sorry. So we have about 14 CBT groups in total in Kyrgyzstan up and running at this moment. And we are one of the CBT groups based in the southern Kyrgyzstan. in Osh city, in Osh city. So in general, CBT initiative was CBT initiative in Kyrgyzstan started back in 2000 with the help of Swiss project, Swiss agency called Helvetas, and Helvetas has been supporting CBT initiative since 2000 all up to this time. And also there were several other organizations who did some intervention for CBT initiatives. So at this moment, CBT easily and growing in other regions of the country as well. So in total, we have 14 CBT groups working at this time. And if we talk about the CBT, well, CBT stands for community-based tourism, and the goal and the concept behind CBT is to involve local people in tourism so that they can make some profit income by offering the services for international tourists. If we take our CBT group, we are also one of the most successful CBT groups in Kyrgyzstan. We started our work in 2008, registered our agency also in 2008, and we opened our office also in Osh in 2008. Since that time, well, at the beginning, it was always difficult to start running trips for CBT. And then at this moment, we have about 300 people involved in summertime, offering CBT services like taxi drivers, horse providers, horsemen, guides, homestays, youth camps, and as you know, drivers, car rentals. So we still try to get more people involved. We educate people, we train them the concept of CBT. And if someone interested in opening a youth camp, we always welcome new members. And as a new member involved in CBT, we always teach, train, and help them to get involved in CBT services. At this moment, our agency offers horse treks. What we offer for travelers are, at this moment, we offer horse treks, trekking tours, cultural tours, homestays, youth camps. So in our trekking, horse trekking programs, we have youth camps at every overnight. Travelers stay in yurts, and these yurts belong to shepherds in the mountains. So we don't own. Well, sometimes people ask, what is the difference between CBT and a big travel agency? Well, if you look at big travel agencies in Kyrgyzstan, usually when they open a youth camp, the youth camp usually belongs to the travel agency. And in our case, in CBT initiatives, all the youth camps at our horse trekking programs usually belong to local people. So this is how we differentiate. Our CBT differentiates itself from other big travel agencies. So most of the money, or you can call income, usually goes to local people and stays with local people. So in a summertime, let's say, guides also comes from local regions. We usually target the guides who work for people who work at schools, who teach English, And we usually get this type of people who work at schools, and we train them how to be a guide, and then they get involved in tourism. Let's say we try to do our best to get locals as much as possible from local villages, local areas. So if we talk our CBT group, we usually besides trekking, horse trekking tours, Osh is our city is located at the crossroads of Central Asia. So we also do extend our trip programs to Tajikistan as well, Uzbekistan, and other mostly Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and we always look forward for the CBT initiative in these countries. And we also we can try to work with CBT initiatives in Tajikistan and Uzbekistan to do cross-border trips together. So this is what we look for. We look for from this event. If we get some people involved in CBT practices in Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, we can welcome them and discuss our further cooperation with them in extending CBT services and working with CBT concepts in these countries. Yeah. So I think this is what I expected to talk about. And if you have questions, I think you can contact me personally or discuss.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Talant. Okay, so now we always stay in Kyrgyzstan, and we are going to hear from one of the top actors involved in ecotourism and CBT there. I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a tour operator in Central Asia who's based in Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan, Samuel Marat. He's extremely involved in community engagement activities all over the country. Samuel, with big pleasure, I welcome you to talk about the secrets behind a successful CBT practice.
Hello. Hello, everybody. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, I will try to put my presentation. And okay, you can see the presentation. Ah, yes. Okay. So good morning. My name is Samuel Marat. I'm founder of Nomadsland Ecotourism Development Company. So we are working around all Central Asia, and not only just selling tours, but we are following the development of CBTs for already 24 years. So my theme was to give some good practice and bad practice. Sorry. So what makes a good community-based tourism? That was the main question. First is the community involvement. So CBT thrives when local communities are actively involved in the planning, decision-making, and management of tourism activities. Empowering communities to take ownership creates a sense of responsibility and commitment. And this is very important. And but CBT initiatives that are imposed without community involvement or consultation are less likely to succeed. Lack of local ownership can lead to resistance and a lack of sustainability. The coordinator is not neutral enough and only benefits part of the community. It's one of the main problems in Kyrgyzstan is the choice of the coordinator of CBT, who is not enough neutral sometimes and can, I will say, destroy completely the idea of the CBT. And it became like like local agency and making competing against CBT. Then about cultural sensitivity and respect. So this is also very important moment. So the good practice is to organize like horse game festival, folklore festival, to show tradition. In same times, to increase the I would say it, sensitivity of local people about their tradition and custom. And the bad, we will say the bad practice, it's when we create like festival only for tourists, and when tourists arrive, they don't see any local peoples, and such kind of festival were created only for local people, for tourist people. And another example is also now we see in Kyrgyzstan many yurts in metal. We see kalpak in synthetic materials. What more? Also glamping is a new trend in Kyrgyzstan. Is glamping because it's very cheap. Small house you can buy from China. And I will say that glamping in Kyrgyzstan, it's yurt. There is no need to create new glamping style. And I think Ati can support me that in Mongolia was the decrease of incoming tourists because one day most of yurt camp were planned on beton, on concrete, with very I say modern facilities. Next topic, it's economic benefit for the community. CBT initiatives should contribute to the economic well-being of the community by creating a job, like Talant said. There's a lot of people around CBT who are working, not all members of CBT, but there is also a lot of indirect jobs who are created, like mechanic, bakers, vegetable sellers, musicians, etc. One of the bad practice, as he said, Talant. If local people are not taking part of the local development, tomorrow they will see new yurt camp in the geographic place, new yurt camp installed by other, I say, the tourism agencies. And it happens that these tourism agencies, they will not hire local people. So it will make a big problem in the community if they say that part of their benefit go not in their hands. Okay, next topic about environmental conservation. So of course, the objective of one CBT is to contribute and conserve the ecosystem where they are for long term. CBT projects that neglect environmental considerations risk harming local ecosystem. We see, for example, in Songkul, between communities, they don't enough organize waste management, and we can see around or near yurts a lot of waste. just try to spread a little bit in river, glasses in river, and it's a very bad practice. Waste management should be effective. Community education, also Talant from OSH told us how it's very important to continue to train local people, because members generally have never had access to tourism education. So, for example, how to build a program, how to build a trekking program, how to build a horseback riding program. It's what we do the most at Nomadsland. We are building new programs with CBTs and running this program 1, 2, 3 years together, training local guides, local cooks, till the moment that the local CBT can by themselves run these new programs. And of course, we are still controlling after every year. Like for example, in Sarimogol, we had problem this year with the level of service, and next year we take the decision to continue to train local guides. So we will send our guide on the field. All the local team will be all the team will be local, except our guide who will contribute to train local staff. Okay, so another tema, it's evolving local politician. So CBT is like the first step. Then it should go to develop DMO, so destination marketing organization, management organization. And for this, we need some good practice to get to a real DMO, destination management organization. So we had our main success was this year developing a DMO in Jetogouz region. So it's very important that they took part and they are engaged in and they support the local community, CBTs. Resource allocation, infrastructure development. So for CBTs, very important to get support, political support, because they can help to improve roads, sanitation facilities, information center, community center. They also in Jetogouz, for example, they get they open some school or how it names culture house, Kulturny dom, can be used by CBTs for free. Representation of local interest. So involving local politicians ensure that the interest of and concern of the community are represented at higher level of governance. And this will bring to central government more power. Or if I take example of Jetogouz, where we have the CBT tech make video to the president of Kyrgyzstan to explain situation, local situation, how they need help, how the central government have to help local people. And it was supported by 13 municipalities of the district, so 100% of municipalities, and the president of Jetogouz district, who is a representative of central government. Public awareness and community support. So public figures can play a crucial role in creating awareness to local population, for CBT among the local population. In Isikul, as I told you, for example, the demo was possible because the CBT, the local government, and the central government got together. And this is very important to create a destination management organization. And now they are putting all effort together to support about marketing for the whole district and not only for small village or small region. So here we have a better visibility. Conflict resolution. So political leaders can facilitate dialogue and they can include in the dialogue businesses, education, governmental agencies, fostering a collaborative approach to CBT. Without political involvement, there may be a lack of coordination and conflicts between stakeholders. So I will take again the example of last training we provided in Jetoguz. Director of Lycée 55 was included in the training. He was part of the training. He took part in the training, and also the Hakim of the district. So Hakim is the chief of district. It's like a central government. And what they did, lycée number 55 were training guides and a cook. They carried out a survey with CBTs to find out what their needs were in these two professions, guides and cook. So the lycée was very interested to know how much cook and how much guides they have to train for the future, for 5 years, a plan of 5 years. Okay, next. I think I finished. So if some people have questions, here we have to speak about a little bit about other good practice or bad practice.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. So we will be sharing your addresses, your contact addresses. So if people have questions, they can reach you out. Thank you. So now I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. So he's our local tour operator who is representing responsible travel in Uzbekistan. This is first community-based tourism provider in the region, in the whole region of Uzbekistan. So Mr. Norbekov Sherzod, he will enlighten us on the current state of CBT and responsible tourism in Uzbekistan, offering his valuable insights from sustainable tourism practices in the country. Over to you.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this wonderful event. My name is Sherzod Norbekov. I'm the director of a tour company called Responsible Travel Uzbekistan. Nowadays, it's called Muratau Travel. We have rebranded recently. So we act as a tour operator and at the same time community-based tourism office for the Muratau region of Uzbekistan. So our project, Muratau CBT project, started in 2009 in Navai and Jizak regions of Uzbekistan. It's central Uzbekistan. The CBT project was supported initially by the United Nations Development Program and the German Organization for International Cooperation. So we started with organizing seminars and trainings for local villagers who were At that time, we engaged in agriculture, and most of them, they were just as subsistence farmers. The aim of our community-based tourism project was to introduce alternative income for rural population of Uzbekistan, and at the same time create unique tourism product to combine with standard cultural tours that were very popular at that time. So when we started, there was no community-based tourism in Uzbekistan, and we were the first project that was started in 2009. So when we started with 8 families, training them in guest reception, in English language, vegetarian cooking, and the guide training, and various trainings to upgrade their skills so that they could receive clients, receive guests, and provide quality services. The next stage was the product development. I myself initially was a volunteer there, and then I was trained and hired as a local tourism expert in that project, helping the international experts in the field. So the next stage was training people and creating the tourism offer. We trained mountain guides, also mountain guides in various skills like first aid, English language, or flora and fauna of the region, and so to make our offer attractive. So from 2009 to 2010, we have been actively creating the tourism offer in the Nuratau region, like hiking trips, horse riding trips, or village experiences, and other trips that were very unique at that time. So for 1 year, we have created, in 1.5 years, we have already mapped all the region, hiking trails, and new products have been introduced. And in 2012, we started actively promoting the area to various tour operators in Uzbekistan, also abroad, reaching out guidebooks and other publications to promote our offer. So that has been very successful, and it was a very good. Our product was well received by tour operators as an alternative to the classical tourism in Uzbekistan. By the time to our surprise, in 2012, we faced some problems with the licensing of the CBT tourism in Uzbekistan, because we didn't have at that time a regulation or law that could define community-based tourism. That was something new. So for 2 years, we had some hard time to license and legalize the activities of homestays in Uzbekistan, because we didn't have any licensing regulation or law that could serve as a legal basis to license, because in Uzbekistan we need a tourism license to operate tour operator business, or to set up a homestay we need at the moment a certificate. So now from 2012 to 2014, our project was kind of working in half because of this issue. Then from 2014 we started, there was a regulation, and everything was sorted out, and all our homestays got licensed, and from 2014 we slowly started growing. At the moment we have 14 homestays operating in the village of Okhum, Sentap, Asraf, Eski Farish, in the Nuratau mountains. Our homestays are located well positioned to combine community-based tourism between our major Silk Road cities like Samarkand and Bukhara. It's 4 hours of drive from 4.5 hours of drive from Bukhara, and 3 hours drive from Samarkand. Once the guests visit our area, they can do activities such as hiking or visit a Lake Aydarkul or stay in a homestays and experience the hospitality. Plus, they can also engage in cooking classes, watch or participate how local hosts cook the meals in the homestays, or we have also some programs with foreign universities to organize social projects in our area. So we invite students to engage in social projects like English language courses or infrastructure projects. That's our experience we offer. And at the moment, we have 14 homestays in the Nuratau Mountains. Our project is going very successful, and in 2000 this year, early in April, our project was recognized one of 2 best projects in the world in 2023 by Berlin International Tourism Fair. So we are very proud that our work has been recognized on that stage. So we are trying to extend our CBT project beyond Nuratau Mountains. We have many requests from the neighboring districts and from Samarkand region as well to join our group, CBT group. And of course, we have some criteria for new members. We first organized some trainings for them and in sustainability, in guest reception and various topics. And also we are very attentive on the authenticity of our offer. So we try always to distribute the guests to the different homestays and families, so to keep the offer authentic, because we promote our tour product as a experience where guests can have a contact with families and engage with families and to be part of the rural communities and families and enjoy the hospitality. So thank you again for giving chance for me to present on brief about my project, our project. And if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for very valuable insights into how community-based tourism is organized in Central Asia, particularly in Uzbekistan. So for further questions, I think we can share your contacts as well as our contacts, so that if we have any questions or any further discussions, we can arrange meetings or some question and answer sessions in the future. So before moving on, I would like to ask, in check, if a representative of Untamed Borders adventure travel company is here. So if we don't have the representative, then I can give the floor to IndiGuide, who would like to share their video. Okay, as our next step.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, the floor is yours.
Yes, we also asked some of our superhosts on the platform IndiGuide to share their insights and recommendations and best practices. And I would like to start with Madina Janibekova. She's a tour operator from Almaty, Kazakhstan.
Excuse me, I think we don't have the sound yet.
Sorry?
We can't hear the sound.
Check again. So I'll try again. Can you give me a feedback when you hear the sound?
We can watch the video, but there is no sound.
See again.
Kazakhstan. I'm Madina, local tour guide.
Yes, we have the sound.
Guide, and I'm running my small tour agency in Almaty city. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Ati, for giving me opportunity to talk about excellence in guest experience. So to my mind, to make your life easier, to make your customer happier, you simply need to follow several steps. First of all, you need to do good scanning. So what does it mean? Ask your guest, potential customer, as many questions as possible. So what he likes, what he doesn't like, where he would like to go, what is his physical abilities, because some places are really difficult to get, and maybe health conditions of this guest will not let him to reach the place he wants. So after you get all these questions, it's time to do planning. Plan should be very detailed. You can include several options of accommodation, of transport, of different routes, and it shouldn't be very complicated in order not to confuse the guest. After he will choose you, you can start to do performance of your tour. Either you do it yourself or you hire some other providers. Do it on a best possible level. Don't work with non-reliable car drivers, for example. Vehicles should be good. Drivers should be very experienced. If you hire a guide, also try to hire the most experienced guide in his area. Fourth one, sorry. The last one would be after you've done your perfect tour, to get feedback from the customer. So it could be positive, sometimes it could be negative, but you shouldn't be upset. Whatever guest will text you, you can use to improve your future tours, and finally it will really help you. And the most important, if customer is happy, he will definitely return to you back if he will decide to travel in your country again, or he will obligatory 100% will advertise you on social medias. He will give your contacts to his colleagues, to his friends, and this is, believe me, the best marketing tool to advertise your tours. Also, what would be good if you will find your own niche, because this will be the best for you. Me, for example, I have my target audience, but I do all kind of tours. And niche tours is something which is not everyone can do. For example, in Kazakhstan, we have our colleague, his name is Yerlan, he's from Astana, very experienced tour guide, and he's the only licensed tour guide to form a semi-nuclear field. So whenever you call him, he's almost always occupied. This is very narrow niche. Also, if you are good in something, for example, again, in Almaty, we have many guys, tour guides who are sportsmen in past. So they are licensed ski instructors, they are alpinists, they are life rescuers. So summer times, they do really difficult hiking tours, trekking tours, ascension to some very high mountains. And winter time, it would be ski tours or free ride tours. So these guys, they are also occupied. And yes, it would be really good if you have some talent, some skills which none of your colleagues have. If you are just very good tour guide, but for some area, for example, there is other performers, other guides who can do it better. Don't be afraid to outsource them. It will give excellent experience to your guests, and finally, eventually, it will be a benefit for you. And in the connection of this, I would really advise you to be friends in your community, because being friends outsourcing each other to this or that job will eventually benefit to your mutual business. Eventually, you'll be very successful in your business. So I wish you good success, great success in your future work, in your future business, in the tourism, and hope to see you some other day soon.
So, and next one is a second superhost, also from the platform IndyGuide, Gaukhar Dossova, tour operator of Dostar Trips from Almaty, Kazakhstan. Let's see. Okay.
My name is Gaukhar. I am owner of Dostar Trips after 2020, especially. Why am I still in tourism? Yeah, I started it because I wanted to meet a lot of interesting people from everywhere, hear their stories, show them what we have in country, in Kazakhstan. I think I was quite successful when I was working only myself, like a guide, because we had lots of TripAdvisor reviews. That was like some, proof that we are successful. And I really enjoyed every minute, of meeting guests, of showing them city, showing them around. I'm happy, then I make my guests happy. Then I just hire the people and who also enjoys it a lot, who want to do it, for free. They like say, can you just go, please? When they get some good money for this, it makes them very happy, and make it not only for money or something. I firstly think about garbage, of course, because a lot of our big places like Charin Canyon, they are famous for having lots of garbage, unfortunately. Firstly, we try to use only some materials that can be recycled. We always try not to leave any garbage at even like garbage bins at the canyon. Better to take it to the city. If father opens the window and throws the bottle into the step, then the children think that it's okay. What is possible to do is mostly to teach children at schools, and then this child will tell to his father, stop the car, what did you do? We should take this bottle back. All our guides, we try to have good relationship with our guest house owners, talk to them, to ask how is this life happening, what is happening around. And mostly we'll work with only with the same guest house. I think would be super cool if, for example, this village like Sati village near Kursai Lake would be more engaged with guests who are arriving there. Like so guests should not only see the lakes there, but they could stay for, I don't know, 3-4 days in the village only. If the local people would offer some cooking class, for example, I don't know, some carpet making, master class. I think we need to know more about such practices. Yes, because you travel not
yes.
only for nature, you travel also for people. You travel also to meet the people. So I think lots of guests are missing if they just go to the lake, see the lake, and go back. So I found just one app that you say, for example, dinos in Altyn Emel in Aktau Mountains in Altyn Emel National Park, and they recreate these Aktau Mountains and they put there like this dino, and it's very natural. And instead of saying to the guest there was dinos here and there, you can just show this picture. Countless options, to use. For example, to go to Otrar and to show them some pictures how Otrar was. Usually you go there and it's very hard to imagine something there because it's ruins. Unfortunately, we are not on a big spot in the map of the world. Somehow it's still like white spot. We should show the world that we are a cool spot. We are a great place. We have lots of these opportunities and possibilities. Our unique culture. We are a great place to visit, and I'm actually very proud, that my business is bringing money to the country. We bring people here. They spend money. Hope
Great
it was
to have
useful.
you. Yes, definitely. Great. So this was Gaukhar from Almaty. And now next we have a tour operator from Tajikistan, Saidbek Shakarov from Toksonbaev, Tajikistan.
It's not about the money. You don't earn much, You have to love it. You have to have a lot of passion, because it's a lot of responsibilities. We are talking about the mountains to understand all the risk and, it's not something that you wrote the brochures or flyers, or it works perfectly. And a lot of trekking route that, for example, 10 or 15 years ago, that was okay to offer them. Today, they're not okay. But the people that we have been where we worked in the past is like the 5 years. They are living to the bigger cities, and it causes problems. When the infrastructure is coming to the villages, there's a potential of losing, that people are not interested anymore to keep the horses and the donkey anymore. When the pipeline coming to the villages, so there's not any more need to keep the donkeys, because his priority job of the donkey basically was to bring the water during the winter. The simple solution is basically, it's just to provide them job. If the donkey, bringing for him some money, and definitely he's happy to keep that donkey, and feed him the whole year. I think the sustainable tourism, particularly in my understanding, so I don't know all those terminologies, and behind that, but I think is that we don't have that sustainable tourism. Because sustainable is something that it can last for at least, for quite a longer period of time. And since we are involved in seasonalities of tourism, and that makes our positions quite vulnerable, because I'm sure that probably a lot of tour operators probably talks about that. Every year we cannot improve, because every year we're starting it again and again and again. So we have to find a solution for that, to think about the winter tourism. Many tour operators offer Pamir and Fan Mountains. Now, a lot of people don't know what is in the south, basically. So why not to offer it in the spring? We need to work in a big project, the whole system, like the countries and, the associations, is that, so we need to find also other markets, to offer it like in the spring, and in the winters, like the snow walking shoes and all that things. When it comes, for example, to the snow walking shoes, or when it comes to the rafting or kayaking, it's not problem for us as a tour operator to arrange it, to bring the good instructor to train it. But the problem is that when we don't have a proper rescue system, so it's also put me in a kind of a risk position. So without cooperations and collaborations, I don't see any solution. I like competitions, Tourism is something that it takes a lot of commitment. You have to put a lot of effort, and you have to love it, So thank you guys. You're doing a great job at offering that opportunities, So I'm not saying that, you know, that we are licensed to operate, or there's a freelance, or there's a drivers. And I think you bring us all together. And I think everyone has their own, you know, way of communications. And also for the tourism, it's also good. So you give him like an options, you know, to choose whether he go to the tour operators, regional tour operators, local tour operators, or at just the drivers or a tour guide, trying to respond as quickly as possible. Because at the end, what we're selling, we are not selling, you know, the pasta. We're definitely selling information. So inform them in advances, you know, about the expectations, you know, the potential of the countries, what they want, what is the preferences, how many days, you know, all that practical things. And also to offer a good guide. At least 70% of the jobs or the good feelings and memories is definitely the guide will give him. They came here for experience, so it's interacting with the locals, you know, learning from the locals, you know, sharing with the locals. Imagine that the person who gives you like 20 good tips of how to do that, and the person like one. So and then you will definitely go with someone who responds quickly and, you know, and knows the country. Promise, don't promise too much. Inform them. Be realistic. You should know your country very well. I know that we don't have that cultures of traveling, so we should travel more and to learn from each others. It's a huge potential, you know, for the younger generations, you know, to travel, to come to Dushanbe, go to Bishkek, go to Samarkand, Bukhara, Khiva, Tashkent.
So this was Saidbek, and now I give back to Bukhara.
Okay, so now I want to introduce our next speaker. Guest is Josh Sheffer, a former journalist and war correspondent for CBS News and CNN. Shift is focused now to work in Afghanistan. His mission is bold, transforming the perception of Afghanistan by inviting people to experience the country firsthand, unlocking its potential for tourism. Josh Sheffer is here to share insights on a crucial aspect of Afghanistan's future, the collaboration with local communities. Okay, so without further ado, let's welcome Joe Sheffer. Joe, please.
Hi there, everyone. Apologies for my state. The time zone is not as kind to us here as it is in Central Asia. I wanted to talk about a couple of things, and particularly our community engagement in the south. And it was quite interesting hearing the last speaker talk about the situation in Tajikistan, about seasonality, about the focus that they have on people only visiting the Fan Mountains and you know, only visiting the I think the places that people know best, and his argument that there were a lot of other places that people should be visiting and are potentially as beautiful or as wonderful, but people don't tend to and only tend to in the prime seasons. And we're having a similar problem, you could call it a problem, in Afghanistan, about trying to interest people in visiting particularly the south. I come from a journalistic background. I think Hassina is going to you know, talk a little bit after me about the ethics of visiting Afghanistan at the moment. Obviously, it's a very complex question, and it is something that our clients always ask about. Is it ethical to be visiting Afghanistan at the moment? But I think Hassina is going to sort of cover that a little bit more on how we can make sure that it is an ethical subject. On top of sort of building again on what the last speaker said, you know, the problems that we have in Afghanistan at the moment are that there is nearly no tourism infrastructure. The last speaker, again, he talked about the ability to provide things like equipment for kayaking, you know, or having to have a ability to think about things like, you know, safety and rafting. So the one thing I would encourage people to think about, there is a huge opportunity for tour operators, I think, thinking about regional tours, you know, Silk Road style tours that cross right from Pakistan through Afghanistan, you know, tracing history. Afghans are But I would sort of really encourage people to think about the fact that the idea of tourism is a completely new one in Afghanistan. And often we'll arrive in a new place, and it'll be in a place that perhaps has ancient ruins, some upwards of 1,000 years old, and people will be quite curious from the village that what we're doing there. And when we respond that we're sort of doing a recce or we're bringing guests for tourism, people often respond with sort of disdain. They look around and think, tourism, shame on you. Why are you bringing tourists here? There's nothing here to see. Why on earth would you shame us by bringing foreign tourists to this village where there is nothing? So those are the challenges that we're having. I could talk all day about whether or not it's safe. And for us, I think it is safe from the point of view of political security with the current regime and the current government. It's definitely more stable than it has been in the last 30 or 40 years. But what I think I was actually here to talk about, I've kind of digressed a little bit, is our project in the south. And what we've been seeking to do is engage in community-based tourism, by which I mean homestays in the Pashtun-dominated south, the ethnic group who dominate Afghanistan. And through my background in journalism, we've been seeking to tell the story of Afghanistan through visiting Helmand and villages in Kandahar. These are the places that are the home of the Taliban. They're the backyard of the Taliban. And what we've been doing is we sort of realized that people in these villages had never met anyone, any foreigner who wasn't a soldier, who wasn't an NGO worker. And when these people arrived in the past, they always arrived with a carrot and or a stick. So there was always something that the community had to think about in terms of why they were engaging with these people. Whereas, when we arrive, first of all, we arrive as guests. And the second of all, we don't arrive with any expectation that people change their behavior. There's no need for people to appeal to us to gain a project or anything like that. And we're finding that, and again, one of the sort of key aims of the project is that we are marginally changing the dial, moving the dial in the south. I think there are already villages that we are working in where people's opinion of foreigners, their willingness to engage with foreigners has changed massively. Now they've realized that we aren't doing anything surreptitious, we aren't doing anything wrong. And I think for us, that is a real benefit. And again, building on what the last speaker said, we're not putting money directly into the same big hotels, the same rich people. A lot of the tour operators in Afghanistan, I appreciate they are new, this is all a very new idea in Afghanistan, but they're visiting the same places in the same cities. They're putting money into the operators who own 4x4 minibuses. They're then moving from big city to big city, paying decent money to stay in the few hotels that there are, but there is very little benefit for local people in it. And I hope that a project like ours at Safariyat directly will change marginally, the minds of Afghan people, and maybe open the way for more sort of engagement with the outside world. I don't know if there's any sort of time for any sort of questions about our work at Safariyat. As I said, I think Hassina is going to talk a lot more about the ethics, about whether it's right and how people should be engaging in Afghanistan. But I think that the main thing that we have been telling people, and the main thing I think to leave it with, is that Afghan people mustn't be punished for the behavior of the government. Afghan people are proud. They're very proud of their country. They want to show their country off. And what they and they need to be able to run their own businesses. They don't want handouts. They don't want aid. And tourism is an ethical, it's a legal way of them running their own businesses and showing their country off to the world. So I think I'll leave it there and hand it back. And again, apologies. I think we had a slight muddle up with the time zone there, but thank you very, very much for having us. And we're very proud that Afghanistan is now playing a part in Central Asian tourism.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Thank you so much for sharing about Afghanistan. And yeah, we see so people are going to Afghanistan thinking that now it's safer than it was in the past 20 years. But the reality for locals is quite different from what tourists might see. And to talk about that, I welcome an incredible lady who has done so much for Afghanistan over the last years. As the head of Aid Afghanistan for Education, she has been a driving force behind the education of over 3,000 Afghan girls. She's a real expert on Afghanistan with different publications in news outlets such as the New York Times, Washington Post, BBC, and The Guardian, shedding light on different issues related to Afghanistan, from national building to society, security, and education. I welcome Hassina Sherzod. Please welcome. The stage is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Thank you, Joe, for the information. I'm happy to hear that people are working in tourism. My field is not tourism. However, we work in education, and education is related and connected to all fields, because without education, nothing will move forward. And it's the foundation. For one, I would like to mention here that tourism is not a new idea in Afghanistan. Tourism might be a new idea under the current situation. However, if you search tourism or holidays in Afghanistan, perhaps on Google, you'll find that in the 70s, when I was growing up in Afghanistan, people in the Central Asia or in the region were coming to Afghanistan for holidays. Afghanistan was a beautiful place. It was extremely safe. People, Kabul University was the top university in the region where people came to study. And people not only from the region, but people internationally were coming to Afghanistan for holidays. And also, yes, the question of whether it's ethical to work in tourism in Afghanistan, making it look like everything is fine and now people can come and visit the country and it is an untouched nature that is just really beautiful and it's very attractive, of course. But we have to work with really the awareness that the current situation is difficult for the Afghan people. Yes, it's safer to travel to Afghanistan, but we have to be aware of some facts, and that is the fact that women and girls are banned from education. This is only in Afghanistan. You cannot ban more than 50% of the population from receiving an education. So do we want to support that system? So there is a very fine line when we say that people, yes, I agree, people shouldn't suffer or because of what the government is doing. But we have to look at what we are really supporting. If this regime is going to use that tourism that we're bringing from the West or from anywhere from the region to say that everything is normal. Everything is not normal in Afghanistan right now. You cannot have, women cannot work at the NGOs. Women cannot run NGOs and they cannot work at NGOs in Afghanistan right now. They have to, they basically resigned. You cannot be the a director of an NGO and go to your office and work. So Aid Afghanistan for Education was working in Afghanistan for the past 20 years. We reached out to 7,000 girls who were not allowed to go to school or complete their high school because of their marital status or their age. So, and over 2,500 students graduated. They received scholarships. They finished their universities. Many of them came back and worked with us as teachers. So, and now we couldn't work in Afghanistan anymore. So I had to register the organization in the US. And now we're working to enroll street working children in the economy. It's forcing people to send out their young girls and boys, children, ages of 6 to 10 are out on the streets scavenging in trash or selling pens or plastic bags, making less than 50 cents a day just to have food and contribute to their families' daily food. So we're enrolling these children actually in private schools in Afghanistan and Kabul and other provinces and we're also contributing to the families' food. We're distributing food items to the families also. So the situation is very, very dire, and we really need to be aware of what should be done. I think it's a responsibility of everybody. It's not just, we cannot just leave the country on its own, and we have to be very aware of what's going on, and we have to give this awareness to our clients or people who want to visit Afghanistan. They need to know the situation and why they're going there and what to expect and how to contribute. I don't know really, but I think I would, if there are any questions, or I would love to have a conversation perhaps on what I don't want to go into politics of what could be done. No.
Hassina, it's Joe Sheffer here from Safariyat, who just spoke before you, and I think you've summarised for us, for me, ethically, and the biggest challenge, that our customers bring to us is that a lot of people, I've got to be honest with you, are not that interested in the political situation, and for me, it's an extremely difficult dance between. Originally, we said, our idea was that we would take tourists for the same kind of access that journalists have to try and give them a better sense of understanding and tell the story of Afghanistan. Now, for us, for our drivers, for our fixers, or I suppose they're not fixers in the tourism world, they're, they work in tourism now as opposed to journalism, but that is an extremely difficult thing for them to do and an extremely risky thing for them to do. And they're saying to us, well, why do we want to take the tourists to this, women's project or whatever it is that we're trying to take them to show them the real reality? You're driving us crazy. It's a huge amount of risk. But these people want to, take them to the national park, take them to Bandi Amir. It's enough for them. So it's an extremely difficult balance between those two things. There's also, by adding that element to the tour, or even if it is just a discussion with local people, we increase the risk sort of widely to the tourism project. And I've had a lot of opposition from local guides in Afghanistan saying, hey, you're risking it for us. You know, you're risking by engaging in this kind of tour. And like I said, we have had to back off from the level of, I suppose, political engagement in our journeys. Yeah, like I said, so I definitely don't have all the answers, and I've been, I think, quite heavily criticized definitely in the British press, but in the international press generally, for what I'm doing. And like I said, I think it's extremely difficult when half the population are unable to work. The position of Afghan women is, I just I don't have the words to put it into. I suppose the one silver lining at the moment is it seems, and Hassina, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this does seem to be the situation on the ground, is that we can employ women in hospitality as long as we have female guests. And that's something that we're working towards. And I would really encourage other operators, if they are beginning to look at homestays and opening their own guest houses, that you can employ women in those institutions, because you have female foreign visitors, and the Taliban are happy with that, that we can employ women, because the Taliban don't want unmarried foreign women being served by Afghan men. So that is a slither of hope in what we're doing, and it's definitely something we have in mind every time we employ, every time we engage a guest house or engage a homestay. But yeah, Hassina, I mean, spot on a lot of the thoughts that you've just expressed, the things that I think about every day. I think I consider giving up with Afghan tourism about twice a week. And then think about the people, think about the people that we employ, the people who rely on the salaries, and tend to decide to push on with it. But thank you very much anyway.
Thank you, Joe. I think I feel that it's an international responsibility of what's going on in Afghanistan because of what was happening in the last 20 years. And they couldn't just pick up and leave and leave the country like this. So there has to be a shift. There has to be a political shift before we talk about tourism and pretend like everything's normal and let's just move on. Things are not normal, and we cannot just move on. And we need to put more pressure on our own governments internationally to bring a change. There is still a conversation going on in Qatar. So there has to be some changes and shifts, and before we really make it look like everything's okay. We will continue. Of course, our work is something that we will continue for the rest of our lives, because Afghanistan has the highest illiteracy rate in the world. The UNESCO figures, I don't know how much of that is really current, or even in the education system in the last 20 years, nothing has changed. We still have a rote system, where it's a memorization system. So the students, by the time they graduate from high school, they really hardly write a paragraph. So we have a lot of work to do, and we will continue our work, of course. And if people want to really support Afghanistan, I think education is what they really should be supporting. And education for girls are, of course, limited right now. It's from 1st grade to 6th grade. They can go to school. We're working to enroll these children at 1st grade, of course, but with the hope that by the time they finish their 6th grade, there will be a change and they will continue their education, because we cannot have mothers who are uneducated. 6th grade education is nothing really. And eventually, there will be generations without education. So yeah, I think we just, as long as we're aware of what's really going on in Afghanistan, is not what we see right now. That's not Afghanistan. The Afghanistan that I grew up in was a very different Afghanistan. And my mother was a entrepreneur who opened the very first florist in Afghanistan. She was working with the U.S. Embassy. She, and all of my whole family, women were always working. My mother's aunt was the first Afghan women senator in the 60s. So it wasn't that we suddenly had parliamentarian women during the last 20 years because of the pressure of the West. The Afghan women were doing this already. So it's good to have some background information to give to people, and that we will eventually. I'm hopeful that things will change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hassina and Joe, and all the previous speakers as well, for all your insights and contributions. I'm hearing that at university we have a technical issue with the connection, so we will have a 5-minute break according to schedule. In 5 minutes, we will continue with the second section of this conference. Crafting memorable guest experiences in sustainable tourism, and we have more great speakers in line waiting, like Anula Galevska from Trev Indy, a sustainable tourism consultant, and also Peter Syme from the UK, a travel industry expert and leader who will speak to us. So I'm going to pause here. See you in 4 minutes. So we are back. Welcome everyone for the second session of today. In this second session, we will focus on crafting memorable and sustainable guest experiences. And I would like to start my speech with another video statement from one of the super hosts on the platform IndiGuide. The next one is Atai Almaz. He's from Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan.
Because I am offering different kinds of options. I answer them quickly. This response in IndiGuide platform is like top priority importance. I'm driving a car in a traffic jam or somewhere. I'm stopping my car and I'm continuing to write the message. Another point is the way of messaging, being positive, sending some simple itinerary, simple text, which is reader friendly, especially if you are coming to Kyrgyzstan, where like different names, different places, you have no idea. The pictures, so that the person can imagine where he is going. We have this Altinoymok guest house. At the beginning, it was just a regular guest house. But at some point, this little guest house became a very big still guest house, but it's much bigger right now. It has different kinds of services. It also promotes the ideas of green ecology. It has youth. They show these different kinds of carpet show, for example, how to make this keys, the Kyrgyz national carpet, shirdaks, and etc. Many people are driving to this particular village, to this particular guest house, just to see how locals are producing the carpet. So this became something systemic. And we have a partner in Songkul. She runs the little, very small yurt camp in Songkul Lake. And every year she sends us this New Year turkey present for me and for Meder, these bags from the Songkul. It's very nice. We are always in touch. We are always asking how are they doing. We are always sending some pictures for them. They are sending us pictures, not defining everything exact and before the booking, of course, so that for everyone, it should be clear that this is included and this is not included. These places are to be visited. These places are not going to be visited. And everything has to be written in the agreement. If you will post many points, let's say, yeah, it might be a little bit too much, but if you will have this optimum number of these kind of points, valid points on which you negotiate and agree, then you will eliminate these little misunderstanding moments. Of course, in the introduction, depending on the request, if it's clear, then I provide exactly what they requested, clearly show the price, what is included, what is not. So in some cases, I kind of advise something so that creates the trust between me and between the client. It's like being the waiter in the restaurant. Hey, you're driving to Isku Lake, why not to visit here, here, or here? Or maybe we can just change it here to here and here. I think your group might go also here and here and here. And yeah, and you're flexibly providing different options in a very reader-friendly manner. Planning not like, we will go to Kharchin, Jetegus, Barskon. So that he is like Jetegus, Kharchin, Barskon, have no idea what is that. Be on time. Timing is very important. Give them particular estimated timing, at least. You're telling like, okay, we are having this 3 hours till Issyk Lake, 2 hours over there, 1 hour and over there, and the guest already will feel more comfortable. Of course, always be nice, always smile, be talkable, talk a lot. Yeah, I just ask what did he like, what did he didn't like, so that it's also very important for me to improve my skill. Right now, we have a very big chance. Our region is becoming right now very popular. Because of the history, because of the nature, we actually are having a very unique nature in all terms, very unique history. I mean, come on, like the huge empire of Genghis Khan and Tamerlan, we have to use this in terms of the promotion of the tourism. I want to express a sincere gratitude and appreciation for IndyGuide, for you, Ati, Alexandra, for this amazing platform.
Thank you, Atai. Another very practical insights and recommendations, best practices from Atai in Kyrgyzstan. So we've seen so far 4 of the hosts on IndyGuide, sharing their tips and practices. And when it comes to sustainable tourism, their recommendation is basically, as operator tour guide, start relationships and collaborations with local businesses, communities to create authentic experiences for travelers, like masterclasses, day-to-day life of locals, festivals. These help travelers to immerse into a new culture, and if they are able with the locals, rather than just visiting the natural place and coming in and out, and it helps locals to profit economically from tourism, even in rural areas. And the second common tip they share is, the storytelling part is an important factor for a guest experience, because it helps to create memories that stay much longer than just facts and pictures. So sustainable practices and tour products are already in use in Central Asia, growing, it's developing. But we also face some challenges, like the seasonality of the industry, because of the climate, safety in rural areas without the infrastructure, and for example, also the waste management in many touristic areas. But I also mentioned the opportunities of the region as a whole that is growing with its huge natural and cultural potential. The tour product development with new kinds of tours and experiences, also for lower seasons and side seasons, and also new technologies that can be used for storytelling. Madina mentioned the AI-generated pictures to visualize the history of a place. So there are also a lot of opportunities. And why sustainable guest experience? Sustainable guest experience aims to create positive, lasting memories for visitors. And while our memorable experience is important, because they create emotional imprints that linger long after the journey ends, and these emotional connections become stories told and retold, fostering a lasting bond between the traveler and the destination, the cultural understanding, the word of mouth, destination loyalty, because travelers who have had exceptional encounters are more likely to return to the same destination and become ambassadors of the destination, advocating the beauty and the uniqueness of a destination. We mentioned economic impact, and also the personal growth. For travelers, memorable experiences are not just the destination, they contribute to their personal development and growth. They challenge perspectives, broaden horizons, and leave an indelible mark on the traveler's life. And last but not least, also the locals benefit, of course, from them, because they involve these interactions and are made of these interactions with the local communities. And this integration fosters the understanding and appreciation on both sides, breaking down cultural barriers on both sides. So the essence of sustainable experience are connection to the local culture, and highlighting eco-friendly practices of the environmental impact, and community engagement, emphasizing the positive impact on the local communities. And some principles and practices how to create and customize experiences based on sustainable principles. Of course, you as a provider have to understand the local context, and in every local region, research and understand the local environment, culture, and community, identify natural resources, cultural practices, and the needs of a community, engage with them, collaborate with them, and co-develop experiences that benefit them, and involve them also in the planning and the post-planning and the preparation and of course the execution of the activities. Designing eco-friendly activities that minimize the environmental impact, of course, encourage low-impact modes of transportation, choose location and routes that avoid fragile ecosystems, cultural immersion, create experiences that allow guests to immerse themselves in local cultures, offer hands-on experiences such as traditional crafts or cooking classes, promote cultural sensitivity and respect among guests and travelers and hosts, and of course support local businesses by visiting the local markets, artisans, businesses in your itinerary, encourage guests to purchase their souvenirs and their artwork, collaborate with local restaurants and promote regional cuisine. And also educational experiences. They can provide, educational components and experiences, raise awareness. They share information about local conservation efforts, cultural heritage, sustainability initiatives, engage guests in discussions on responsible tourism practices, and avoid activities that exploit or harm wildlife, support wildlife conservation efforts, and educate guests about responsible wildlife tourism. Design experiences that empower local communities economically, include homestays, guided tours by locals, and cultural performances of the local groups. Integrate experiences that contribute to conservation efforts, involve guests in environmental projects, such as helping in a day-to-day life, cleaning up. Provide options for guests to customize their itinerary based on their interests and offer flexibility to adapt plans according to local conditions or community events. Prioritize health and safety, of course, always of host and guest. And the continuous feedback loop from both sides to keep improving your services. But I mean, the reason why we travel are memorable experiences, because they are the heartbeats of travel. They are shaping the narrative of a journey and etching it into the soul of both travelers and locals. With this, I would like to finish this speech of mine. And of course, I'm also happy to answer any questions or take any questions during this conference or personally. And I see we have Anula already online. Bukhara University is also online too.
Yes, we're back online now.
Okay,
yes,
great.
Yes.
So we can continue according to the program.
Yes, we are coming now.
Dear participants, dear speakers and listeners, we are grateful to introduce our next speaker. Her name is Anula Galevska, and she represents Travindi. It's a sustainable tourism consultant agency. And she's going to talk about some trends and insights of sustainable tourism in Central Asia. So Anula, the floor is yours.
Hello, let me share my screen first. Can you see it now?
Yes.
All right, but let me maybe switch off the camera. So, hello everyone. I am very excited to be with you here today. My name is Anula. Yes, okay. I'm the managing director of Travindi, as it was mentioned, which is a small sustainability consulting agency for travel and hospitality industry. I come from Poland, but I live in Greece now. I'm not a huge fan of winters. I've been working as a consultant for the past 13 years, mainly in Europe, but also in the previous years, a lot in Central Asia. So I've been to your beautiful countries, and I hope I can come more often in the future. I am a trainer, so I work for the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, and I work with different sustainability certifications like Good Travel Seal or Travel Life. So you might have come across my trainings before. And for today, I prepared for you a short presentation in a, I would say, less serious format or a bit sarcastic. I named it Sustainability Red Flags, or 6 Proven Ways to Lose a Client. I put together 6 sustainability practices which play a very important role for modern travelers, for Western travelers. So if you don't take these into account, I can guarantee that you will lose a client. So if you're working with a tour operator from abroad or even individual clients, if you do follow the sustainability red flags, I can guarantee that they will not come back next season and they will never refer you to other businesses. So let's start. What to do to lose a client? First of all, if you want to lose a client, put health and safety of your guests at stake. Do not offer a first aid training to your staff. Use old cars without any car insurance. Work with unprofessional drivers. Do not think about food hygiene. Let children guide your tourists when horse riding. Do not create any safety protocols. So in case of any emergency, whenever anyone breaks a leg, gets food poisoning, allergy, loses a wallet, or even dies, you and your staff can improvise and be spontaneous about how to react. Second tip for how to lose a client is to create a poor working environment for your employees, including people working at the reception, waiters, cooks, and porters. Give them more work that they can handle. Do not pay them for the extra hours. Don't let them take breaks and or go for holidays. Obviously, don't sign any official contracts. I also suggest you engage more children in your work. Ideally, if you ask your children and your neighbors' children to work for you instead of going to school. I am sure that your guests will notice these signs, they will be shocked, and never will use your services again. I once visited a hotel in Central Asia. It was in Kyrgyzstan, and the first thing I heard from a boy working at the reception was, "Can you help me find a job abroad?" And then I saw him working 24 hours a day for 3 days in a row. And I know for sure I will never ever book a room in this hotel again. So remember, unhappy staff means poor service, which means unhappy clients. The next tip to lose a client is to exploit your animals. These are just animals, right? If you offer horse riding tours, there is no need to follow any guidelines here. You don't need to take care of the animal. You don't need to feed them well. You don't need to take them to the veterinarian. You can use them throughout the season non-stop without calculating the hours they work or how much care they can carry the weight of the customers. Make them exhausted to the extent that they may hurt your guests. Also, if you have a chance to use the wild animals for tourism purposes, like taking selfies of the berkuts, for instance, ideally if you use endangered species, then please do so. Several international tour operators do not offer any animal activities, so if you do use animals in your tours, you will never be able to work with the best international tour operators. And my next suggestion for losing a client is to use any opportunity to pollute land, air, and water. So do leave trash behind you. If you see trash on the way, never pick it up. Drivers throwing cigarettes through the car window, I can tell you, guests will notice and they will be disgusted. Also, if you can keep using coal for heating, this is great, because this way you can pollute your country even more. Bishkek, as far as I remember, was the #1 most polluted capital last year. Maybe if Central Asia gets really polluted, no guests will come whatsoever. So yes, don't even consider using solar panels. If you want to use a client, also use as much plastic as possible. In Europe, many single-use plastic items are already forbidden, but it's not only EU, it's also Asia or Africa. Visitors will be upset seeing a lot of plastic waste during their stay. They will understand straight away that you don't think about the environment at all. And plastic looks so cheap. So using single-use plastic will help lose clients, especially those who are willing to pay well. And finally, use as much water and energy as you can, because it's so cheap in Central Asia that you don't need to calculate it. You don't need to use any technical checks, do maintenance work. You don't need to remind clients to save water. Let it flow. Please do leave lights also during the day and outside of the buildings. It will simply show how rich you are and how not smart you are using the resources which are so scarce and expensive in Europe. This will raise a red flag in the customer's eyes, and probably they will not book with you again. So these were my tips how to lose a client. If you do not want to lose a client, please put safety first. And I'm very, very serious about it here. Think of insurance for your cars in case of accident. Ensure all employees got a first aid training. Sit down and write down safety and incident protocols. Secondly, think about your employees in general. So offer good, fair, and safe working environment. This is super important because your guests will be as happy as your employees are. This is especially relevant for those who are facing the clients, people at the reception, guides, porters, drivers, waiters. If they are tired and unhappy, they will simply not work well. Third, do take care of the animals. If the animals are not being taken care well of, you can spot it easily, and it raises many ethical questions. Please learn about the minimum standards of animal welfare, like the 5 freedoms, and follow them. Stop any sort of littering and educate your drivers to do so. And also eliminate single-use items, especially plastics. And the same with using water and energy, use it efficiently. This shows that you are thoughtful, not only of your pocket, but also of the environment. And remember that there are already several things that clients do when traveling. So you need to provide them an environment which will help them and let them do the same when traveling with you. Like very basic is that clients do turn off light and electrical appliances in the rooms when they are not there. So you need to make it easy for them to do it at your property. Almost half of the travelers recycle their waste So you can offer them to collect waste during the tour and give it to the recycling point at the end of the trip if there are no recycling facilities on the way. More than half of the people travel with their own reusable bottle. So keep this in mind and offer them an option to refill the bottle. This is super easy. Instead of carrying small bottles in the car, you can carry one big water bottle of at least 25 or 50 liters. So, all right, these were my key sustainability tips for you today. Some basic things to keep in mind. If you want to learn more about sustainable tourism, I suggest you to follow us on Instagram. We have a lot of interesting content. So follow travindi.ca, check our website, and I will be happy to work with you maybe sometime in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anula. From one highlight to another, I am very proud and grateful to welcome Peter Syme among us. Peter is a leader figure in the travel industry and a partner of the well-known tourpreneur community. He is passionate about consulting and advising tour operators to be more profitable and sustainable, and he has walked the talk over many decades and is updated daily by running a community of over 10,000 tour operators. He also works with travel technology businesses to help them understand the market and connect them with customers. And today he will speak to us and share his insights about how to sustainably be profitable as a tour operator. Peter, the stage is yours.
Hello there, Ati. Thank you very much, everyone, for this invitation to speak to everyone. Very proud and very privileged to help you all this morning. So my name's Peter Syme, as Ati said. I've been in the industry since the 1980s, focusing on adventure tourism. I was very privileged to start traveling in Central Asia in the 1980s. So I've managed to see the change in tourism across the region through the 80s, through the 90s, into the 2000s. I actually believe your area of the world comes for a distinct advantage of sustainability, because certainly my experience of the trips that I've taken in the area were sustainable trips. Even before sustainability became a word or it became a thing, the tourism, the basic tourism that was in the area was delivering trips that were, in my opinion, sustainable. Now, obviously, we're on 4 decades from when I started traveling there, and things have increased a lot. So we have a lot more customers. And one of the trends has been is more customers normally leads to less sustainability. So I'm just going to cover off a few points in this short presentation. I'll just share my screen now. Everyone see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So as Ati said, I'm an ex-tour operator. I was a venture tour operator for many decades. We looked after over 250,000 customers, outbound expeditions to countries all over the world. I currently work for a company called Tourpreneur. I'm a partner there, where our job is we have 10,000 members, all tour operators. Combined revenue of all the tour operators is 2.5 billion. Our purpose in life, we only have one purpose, is to help tour operators to be more profitable and sustainable businesses. That is our purpose. We were recently contracted by Google to work with Google as their education partner for tour operators. And we're currently working through a program with Google at the moment called Google Things to Do, to help tour operators in every country in the world to get more visibility, to get more bookings direct to their website on Google and on the web. So why sustainability and why profitability and why both are absolutely critical? So sustainability, I don't need to labour this. You're all in a sustainability conference. You've heard it 1,000 times. the hard fact is, unless the tourism industry becomes more sustainable, we will not have a tourism industry going forward. That is the reality. Governments around the world are becoming more and more interested in what the tourism industry is doing, and they will regulate the tourism industry unless we as an industry get our act together and become more sustainable and stop damaging our planet, stop damaging our environment, help the local people that it's impacting on. So sustainability isn't an option anymore. It's not a talking shop anymore. It's something that we have to do if we're going to maintain the growth of tourism. Why profitability? Profitability is absolutely essential for any tour operator. If you are not profitable on a consistent basis, you're not going to be sustainable. You cannot continue to be a sustainable operator unless you're making the profit to allow you to be a sustainable operator. They're both interlinked. That's why both sustainability and profitability go together. They're not separate, they go together. What is sustainable tourism? It's tourism that takes full account of the current and future economics, environmental impacts. It's the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and the host communities. That's not my made-up statement. That's from the United Nations World Tourism Organization. And the kind of critical parts in that statement that I identify is current and future. As tour operators, we're all very, very busy. Everybody's focused on the next week, the next month, the next season. But the processes you're putting in place, the way you're building your business, the way you're developing your destination is not just for today, but it's critical we get it correct for the future. And we'll come on to reasons further on in this presentation why it's critical we get this in the future. This is also incredibly holistic. If you don't look after the needs of the visitors, the industry, the environment, and the host communities, circulate with them all involved, well, then it breaks down. And I've worked with hundreds of operators, I've seen thousands of operators, and many of them do an outrageously good job of looking after visitors, but not always the environment that they're looking after the visitor in. And they don't always look after the host communities that they're sending their customers to. So this isn't one of these things. You have to apply equal interest and equal effort in all of these areas. You have to come up with a holistic solution that looks after the visitors, the industry, the environment, and the host communities that are looking after the visitors. So the number one question I'll get from tour operators in every country in the world is we need more customers. We need more customers. Peter, how do we get more customers? That is the number one question. Well, demand for travel is not an issue. And I know if you're short of customers, that may seem a bit crazy, but the hard reality is we currently have 1.7 billion travelers in the world. Well over 1 billion of them are going international. And by 2050, which is only a short 25, 26 years away, we're going to add another 2 billion international travelers. So we're moving from a place of just under 2 billion to 4 billion in the next 25 years. Now, the world today isn't actually looking after 2 billion customers very well. No one can stand up and say the whole tourism industry is sustainable and doing a great job at the moment looking after 2 billion. We are rapidly going to 4 billion. So customers is not the issue. The issue we have going forward is how are we going to manage these customers in a sustainable way that delivers on all the things I talked about on the previous slide. That is the challenge for every tourism business in the world. It's a big challenge because 2 billion extra travelers is a significant amount of people. Now, 2 billion more is really good. And the reason it's really good, and it's also really bad, and I'm going to tell you what, well, it should be obvious why it's bad, but it's really good and it's really bad. The reason it's good is if we're getting 2 billion more travelers, that means the economic well-being of 2 billion people around the world has increased. Their education has increased, their economic well-being has increased, and they're starting to travel. So that is really good news. People don't travel until they have the economic ability to travel. So that is really good news if we're getting 2 billion more travelers, because their life at home has got better. The bad news is at this stage, we haven't figured out how to manage this volume of travellers coming down the route in a sustainable way. So profit and sustainability, I always think it is a figure of 8 knot. It is totally interlinked. And if you untie that knot and focus on one, you're not going to be successful. I can name lots of tourism businesses who are highly profitable, but are not sustainable. Going forward, their profits will erode, they will get more regulation introduced, and they will suffer. I can also name lots of businesses who are really sustainable, but they're not making enough profit to keep going. So these things are interlinked. Think of it as a figure of 8 knot in a rope. It's totally interlinked and you cannot separate them. So where is the route to profitability for tour operators in Central Asia? Number one today is still a great website, a website that appeals to the customer who lands on it. If it doesn't instantly impact and instantly impress, people will move on in a flash. Unfortunately today, because people live on mobile phones, the attention span of the average human being has got shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. It's not a good thing in my opinion, but that is reality. So when people land on a website, if they're not impressed straight away, they just move straight on to the next one. They have a very short attention span. So you have seconds to impress. Second route to profitability, a regular social presence. Now, I'm not going to say on which social sites, because that depends on where your customers are. It could be Facebook, it could be TikTok, it could be Twitter, it could be any of the social sites. It doesn't really matter. It's where your customers are, is where you need to be. Now, you see there, I said the regular social presence. Time and time again, I see tour operators who have great experiences, great products, great destinations, and they post on their social presence once a week or once every 2 weeks. Unless you're regular on a daily basis on social, it will not surface, it will not get engagement, and it will not drive business. Third route to profitability. Most companies, most tour operators are small family individual businesses. You need help. You need partners. You need to build up what I call distribution, which this is a range of partners to help you sell and distribute your product. Partners like IndieGuide. Right? The more you can get your product onto these different websites and different distribution partners around the world, the more customers will be introduced to your business and your destination. To give it a sort of idea on numbers, when I was running my own tour businesses, on any given year, we had have between 110 and 120 different partners helping us distribute product around the world. Number 4, a great story. Having a great website with visuals and fantastic photos, good copy is all fine and well. But if you do not have a great story to engage the audience, to inspire the customer is still just going to look at it and go on again. You need a story. Why should the customer come to your destination? Why should the customer live with that family for 4 days? Why should the customer see the things that you're suggesting they should see? You need to wrap this up in a story. Human beings love stories. We've been brought up with stories since we were at school. The world is full of books that are full of stories. Humans love stories. Change your experiences, change your communication into stories. Response and speed. This is difficult because many of you are out working, looking after customers, delivering great experiences, but today's customers expect a reply quickly. So when people are inquiring about your experiences and about your fantastic trips, you have to get back to them quickly. Right? It's the number one point. Every time we measure conversion, when I say conversion, that means when a customer inquires to does it transfer into a booking. Every time we measure that, the number one piece of data is the speed and the response that the customer gets back. So the faster you get back with the more detailed information, the more chance that inquiry turns into a booking. That happens every single time. Explain your sustainable practices. Right? Customers are not going to book just because you're sustainable. It is a package of all of what you do, your great story, your great media that we'll come on to. But you have to explain your sustainable practices. Not all customers are educated in sustainable practices. In fact, I would say the minority, small minority of customers are educated in sustainable practices. It's our job as a tourism industry and tourism operators to educate the public, to educate the customers. If we all wait on the customers becoming sustainable, this is not going to work. We're all going to have serious environmental issues. It is the responsibility of the operator to introduce sustainable practices into your business and then educate the customer on them. You're doing the whole industry a great favor then, because when the customer then goes on another trip, maybe a year after, 2 years after, it may not be with you, maybe with someone else, they've already been educated by you, and they're going to be looking and identifying sustainable practices for their next travel. Many of you live in stunning destinations, some of the most stunning destinations in the world. Right? You have to demonstrate that these places are stunning. Society, the way it is today, people do not read a huge amount compared with what they used to, but they consume photography and video in a volume that they would never done before. Photography and video is the way that a huge amount of society now communicates. So you all live in a stunning destinations. You've got to get this into photography and into video and on your social channels and on your website. It works. It just works time and time again. Pricing. Pricing is absolutely critical to ensure that your business stays sustainable. Right? But I see time and time again when I'm traveling in Asia, because everyone is very competitive, everyone looks at the competition's price and then prices the same as the competition. You need to decide the true costs of your experiences, the true costs of the holidays that you provide, and make sure you price well that gives you a decent profit to allow you to reinvest back into your business. Do not price low just because your competing company is pricing low. Make sure you're pricing to allow yourself a good profit that you can look after your business, look after your family, and reinvest in your business. Returning customers. A returning customer to your business is gold. Right? You've spent money, time, and effort acquiring the customer in the first place. You've looked after the customer and given them a great experience. You have to try and get that customer to come back, or get that customer to speak to their friends to come back. Returning customers are absolutely critical to a business. When I look at businesses who are sustainable, who have lasted over 20 years, they all have a returning booking rate of 30% plus. They've built it. It doesn't happen straight away, but over the years, they all build up this returning booking rate of 30% plus. What does that mean? It means at the beginning of the year, the beginning of the season, they know 30% of their trips are already going to be full, and they're only looking for customers for the remaining 70%. So returning customers are absolutely crucial to sustainability of your business. Here's a quick chart on how profitability and sustainability go hand in hand. So if you're delivering day tours, it's low revenue, low profit. There's high competition. There's a lot of operators doing pickups, drop-offs, 2-hour experiences. There's a huge demand. The demand is massive. It's not really scalable because you end up needing hundreds of guides if you end up doing lots of customers. And it's really hard to make these sort of activities sustainable in a true sustainable way. So I'm not saying day tours and day tour services you don't do. I did them for years, did hundreds of thousands of customers in them. They are needed, but it's a really hard business. 1 to 7 day short multi-day, these are easy things to deliver. They deliver 2 to 3 times the gross profit that day tours do. They actually have a very similar cost to your business of acquiring the guest as day tours. So if you're spending the same money to acquire the guest, but you're getting 2 to 3 times the gross profit, it makes it a lot more profitable to do these short types of trips. And they're sustainable. When I say they're sustainable, it's because you're making enough money to be able to reinvest in your business in sustainable practices to educate the customers. Now, if we go into 7 to 14 day multi-days where the customer's actually getting to spend a lot of time with you, these can start to become highly profitable for businesses. It's a great booking window. What I mean by that, the customers tend to book these things 6 months in advance, 9 months in advance, sometimes a year in advance, which gives you plenty of notice. You get a great lifetime value of the guest. What does that mean? We've got the data that proves the longer someone stays with you on a trip, so if they've been with you 14 days, there's a higher instance of return booking of you. So the lifetime value of a guest is how many times that guest has been with you over a 10, 15, 20-year period. The more times they've been with you, the higher value that guest. And we've been tracking data that shows the longer the guest has been exposed to an experience and a company, the more likely they are to return book. Getting return booking on day tours when they've been with you for 2 hours, 4 hours, 1 day is really, really difficult. It's not impossible, but it's incredibly difficult. Getting a return booking from someone who's spent 14 days with you is not as difficult. These types of trips can also get you great public relations. The travel press, local press are all interested in these type of trips. They're not interested so much in short trips. And again, these can be sustainable because they can be designed in a sustainable way and you're making the profit to invest. Transformative multi-day, what is that? These tend to be longer trips. They can be 14-day trips, but they tend to be longer trips. These are trips that create a unique bond with the guest. The guests may be staying with a family. They may be embedded in the family for many weeks. The word of mouth on these, when the customers go back to wherever they come from in the world, the word of mouth on these is huge. They tell everything about this to all of their friends. The reason for it is it's been a trip of a lifetime. Right? They've not just had a holiday, they've had a transformative experience that really impacted their lives, and they just cannot stop talking about it to all their friends. And that's a really, really good thing for you because it increases the lifetime value is huge because they will come back and they will bring people with them. It gives you fantastic public relations opportunities, and it's certainly sustainable because the price of these experiences can be significantly higher. So if you can look there as we go through the ladder of short tours to medium-sized tours to long transformative tours, the price is always going up. And as long as you build on your correct profit levels, you will do really good, sustainable business the further down that line you are. So your customer journey, every single customer that visits you goes through exactly the same online journey. Now, these are not my opinion. This is data from Google. Google's got the most data in the world of all travel searches. So this is Google's data. Every single customer goes through this journey. They go through a dreaming phase where they're dreaming about which destination, which activity, which type of holiday or experience they're going to take. What does that mean for you? You have to create content that impacts on them on the dreaming phase. If you go straight to creating content saying book now, book now, book now, they're not going to book because you haven't addressed their needs as they do from psychology as they go through this journey. The first phase is dreaming. They decide, they dream where they want to go. The dreaming phase can last a few weeks or it can last a year or more than a year. I once signed up a customer. He walked up to a stand at a show. He put his hand down and said, I want to book now. No one had ever done that to me in my life. It was a long trip. It was a 10-week trip. It's thousands and thousands of dollars. And when I asked him, I said, no one ever books now. And he went, I've been following you for 5 years. He had been dreaming for 5 years of this trip. It was now his time. He now had the money. He now had the time. And it was his time. So the dreaming from him had changed to planning, and he was in the planning and booking phase. So after dreaming, you get planning. Customer doing planning will pull down several websites. Google says at times it can be up to 40 different websites they will look at when they're going through the planning phase to actually decide which destination, how long they're going to go, how they're going to get there, how they're flying there, how they're getting from the airport to the city for the pickup. All of the planning phase is critical that, again, you create content for it. Booking is self-explanatory. When a customer gets to the booking phase, you have to make it easy for them to book. At this stage, they're ready. They want to come with you. They want to give you money to come on this trip, but you have to make it easy because if it's not easy, they start to get suspicious why it's not easy, and they may have a number 2 or a number 3 choice that they can default to. So make the booking easy. The experience phase is when they're with you. Most operators, in my experience, excel at this phase. This is where you get to show what you do on the ground. In my experience, certainly most operators are really good at delivering a fantastic experience. What you need to think about is how can you deliver that fantastic experience you do face-to-face at the dreaming, planning and booking phase when you've never ever seen the customer, never met the customer. If you can deliver that similar great experience during these 3 phases to begin with, you will start to increase your business dramatically. Now, the final phase is sharing. Now, a lot of operators think this happens when the customer goes home. This can happen when the customer is on your trip. If you're in a region where you're connected to the internet and the customer has access to the internet, encourage the customer to share what they're doing. Give them photography and media to share what they're doing. When they go away, when they return home, make sure you're sending them thank you emails with links to media of great photography to encourage them to share. They're going to stick it on their social media and reach thousands of people that you cannot reach. So the sharing phase is critical to grow your business. Who is your customer? I see too many operators thinking everybody is their customer. You need to actually think about what your product is, what your experience is, and who's your customer, and come up with a profile of a customer. This is a quick example. Customer is age 32, he's male, lives in New York, he's an investment banker, he earns a lot of money, his interests are fitness, travel, cooking, likes to read about travel and watches YouTube videos about destinations. Once you build profiles for your different types of customer, it actually makes you focus on the marketing to the right customer. If you market to everybody, your conversion rate will be tiny and you will spend a lot of money. If you market to a very narrow window of customers because you've identified that these are the customers that like coming with you, it is much cheaper to market to them, and the conversion of them from looking to booking is much higher. So you need to work on who actually is your customer. Examples of sustainable profitable operator, Global Himalayan Expeditions, ghe.co.in. They've been around for many years now. I always use them as an example because I think the work they do is fantastic. They've helped put electricity in northern India and Ladakh area in 200 villages now. They've impacted over 130,000 people by putting electricity in and making their lives better. They've had over 1,300 guests, and they've worked on their customer profile. They've segmented who their customers are. They have some trips that are for tourists. They have some trips that are for students. And they have some trips that are for corporate companies. And they'll design the trips slightly differently for each of these different customer profiles to allow these customers to work with the local communities doing all this good work, putting electricity in. I'm just getting near the end now, and I've just come up with a warning. Do not say you're a sustainable tour operator and market sustainability unless you genuinely are. The travel industry at the moment is full of travel companies claiming sustainable metrics, saying they're sustainable, and I can spend 5 minutes looking at them and they're very not sustainable. So if you are doing sustainable stuff, make sure you highlight it, but do not lie about this stuff. You will be found out and it is bad PR. Right? So make sure if you're going to use sustainability as a marketing and education, make sure you actually are delivering on it, because the customers will notice. So to conclude that the more profitable you are, the more sustainable you can be. Right? It's not one, it's not the other. You have to work on both of these. Right? You can make yourself a profitable business and not be sustainable, but it will come to bite you going forward. You need to be profitable so you can deliver on sustainable objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Very invaluable and great insights, and we all can feel and see your experience in the industry. Thank you very much again for participating and sharing your insights. I think Mattia in Bukhara, are you online?
Yes, we are. We just lost electricity, so now we are connecting with the phone. And but yes, here we are online. So yeah, now we have
Maybe,
we can.
Mattia, maybe for everybody else to know, you're at the State University of Bukhara, 80 students also, viewing from Bukhara. Yes, please continue.
Yeah, so we have break now. Yeah, we come back in 10 minutes.
According to schedule. Thank you. See you soon.
Yes. See you in 10 minutes.
Okay, dear participants, I think we are ready to continue. So we are about to start our next session. Our next session is about success stories of community-based tourism. And our first speaker is Nasiba Rahimova. She represents Workaway. Workaway is a place which connects local hosts and sustainable travelers who are interested in volunteering activities, such as community development, teaching English. So we are going to hear about some insights related to couch surfing in Fergana Valley. So it's an area located in Uzbekistan, one of the most unique areas in Central Asia that still needs to be unlocked for travelers. So Nasiba Rahimova, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
My name is Nasiba. I am not expert guide, but I'm English teacher. So I live in Uzbekistan in Fergana Valley, which is situated in south of Fergana city. My town is Bisharek town. It's not attractive and tourist places. I wanted to share, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you very much to give me like a chance sharing with my local experience on Workaway info. 7 years ago, I started, to be honest, I started not with the Workaway. I started with my hosting people through the couchsurfing. Couchsurfing, you know, it's also another app which gives you host foreigners for 3-2 nights for free and guides them, of course, around my area. Even I had a lot of passion to hosting people. That's the reason I decided to download this app. I didn't know about the Workaway first. And then I started to hosting through this couchsurfing. Couchsurfing gave me a lot of how to say, passion, hosting many people and to know the people, what they like and way to guide and everything. While hosting people, like from couchsurfers, told me about Workaway because I had a lot of passion to hosting people, show my area. You know, Fergana Valley is not as much popular as Khiva, Samarkand, and Bukhara. That's why I wanted to show the world Fergana Valley also worthy places to visit. That's why I decided both of them to host people. Workaway is a volunteering app which gives you in different sphere, different profession. As a volunteers come to your side and they help in your depends on how kind of job do you do. So I'm an English teacher. That's why I decided to put on my Workaway profile, project about my teaching my students, improve their speaking. And of course, first aim was that I wanted to share my area. We have 3 main attractive places. Kokand city and Margilan, there is a silk factory, and Kokand, there is a Hudayar Khan Palace and the pottery in Rishtan city. This is the 3 main area we have in the Fergana Valley. So while hosting people, I guided them everywhere, 3 main attractive places. Even I brought them nature, and they helped me, of course, for teaching. What gave me Workaway info? Workaway gave me to improve my students' knowledge, of course, because we had experienced different teaching methods and speaking in English only during the class. And I learned many techniques, methods from all of the world because I hosted 7 years and I hosted more than 300 people till now. Every single day I hosted many people. Even I hosted same time, 7-8 people, same time, because I really wanted to make some community Workaway volunteers same time. And it was very interesting because we had different discussions, what to do, like on my project teaching project, what to do, how to teach, how to improve my students' wishes, everything. And then, of course, they helped me, and even they improved my students' knowledge and break the culture shock, which makes some people very shocked when they see foreign people. And that's why, and I realized that the Workaway gave me a lot of strength and a lot of experience on this app. Even I improved everything on my teaching field. That's why Workaway info, only I think in Uzbekistan, there is a few Workawayers, only me and one guy. And I wanted to spread this app in the future more like people in Uzbekistan, because only teaching, I put only my teaching project on this app. I wanted to in other fields also, like farmers, you know, it's a different, like maybe in a bank system, everything. They can put every project they want. That's why today I wanted to talk more about Workaway info and give some details. Of course, we have beneficial sites on Workaway, like you can share your experiences with them. And sometimes it's difficulties with them we faced, because we have a registration system in Uzbekistan, every daily registration. That's why sometimes we have among the foreigners, they have a confused with this registration. Sometimes I had a struggle with this. Some of them, they were unhappy with this registration. Some of them agreed. That's we had a struggle with this system. Now I wanted to share with my video, like I have photo videos I had during the 7 years. Let me share these videos with screen. Is it clear to like?
No, Naziba, we cannot see. Try to share.
Okay.
With the button. It's gray. Should be gray.
Okay.
Green. What's green? Yes, now we can see.
Okay, thank you. So you can see this is my experience, Workaway and Couchsurfing. Even I brought them, like you can see I hosted 3-4 people same time. This is also, you can see 8 Workawayers. This is Couchsurfing, this is Workaway. Recently I hosted them. Even I brought them to sometimes on weekends, we had a fun with them, and outside Workawayers, they helped me a lot with my teaching. These Couchsurfers, you can see Couchsurfers. This is also my classroom. They helped me. Even they helped me to build the library. I built new small library with volunteers. They helped me to build inside. You can see there is a photo. Welcome to our beautiful home. This is a volunteer from India. She drew it instead of teaching. Sometimes we can share experience with them. If they have no teaching experience, they can exchange with another their talent, maybe drawing or assistant of teaching. Yeah, trip to the mountain. Sometimes I bring them to the. This is Hudayarkhan Palace. Yeah, already. It's my school. We made a plov with them, with volunteers, workers. They're from Denmark. They taught how to make the plov. Plov in Uzbekistan main dish. I always want to teach them how to cook it. This is kindergarten. Sometimes they help me with the kindergarten also. I have a part-time job in kindergarten. They helped me to teach in kindergarten as well. This is my class. They helped me 3 workers here. They helped a lot last year. This is my classroom also. Even I brought them to Bukhara once time last year. Sometimes it happens if they ask me to guide to Bukhara, of course for free, and I help them to go to show the area. This area. This is Hudayarkhan Palace. Yeah, sometimes I had to go to somewhere far away from my city. If they really want, I bring them. Yeah, that's it. This is my experience whole year that I hosted so many people.
Thank you very much, Nasiba, for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nasiba, for your for sharing with us your experience. Well, we hope this event could be a really good chance for you to engage and to involve more volunteering travelers in the future, not only through the platform you use, but also for through the contacts that you can get from these events. Thank you so much for your experience and for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome. So we can go with our next speaker. Our next speaker is Firuza Kasimova. She's a specialist in marketing, right? And today she is going to talk about the importance of vlogging and marketing online, particularly about marketing dedicated to community-based tourism. So Firuza, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, everybody. My name is Firuza. I'm local guide in Bukhara, Uzbekistan. Bukhara has a big potential for tourism because we have a big history, 2,500 years old. And in 21st century, for promoting tourism, we need to use social media. And I believe that social media can develop tourism very well. That's why I have a blog on Instagram and YouTube. I make a lot of photos and videos, some of them training videos, educating videos, some of them just to show the beauty of my country. And it really works, because after all videos, a lot of people from all over the world, they text me, is it really in Uzbekistan? I say, yes, it's in Uzbekistan. And Uzbekistan, I think, is one of the underrated country. Many people in the world, they don't know about the beauty of my country. And Uzbekistan can show not only historical monuments, we can show nature, beautiful nature. We have a lot of workshops where you can do master classes, or as it was mentioned before, it's seasonable tourism in Uzbekistan, because the nature, it's spring and autumn time, the tourism time. But also in winter, we have a lot of things to show. For example, the nature, the weather is not so cold. The average degree is +5 degrees by Celsius. That's why it's nice weather for walking. And I'm one of blogger guide, or I think we need to show more things. Whoever enter to Instagram or YouTube, they need to see Uzbekistan, they need to see Bukhara, Khiva, Samarkand, because we really have a big potential. We have a lot of things to show, but not so many people show it. I think I'm single guide in Bukhara who show these things for the world. And it's not only for foreigners, my blogging, for locals too, because when I show some nature, some mountains, a lot of locals, they text me, is it in Uzbekistan? Is it in our country? I say, yes. We haven't known, they say. I say, I know. That's why I try to show you. And developing tourism, it is my aim, my goal, because I'm from guides family. My father, my great grandfather, all of us guides, and I know how nice job it is to see in tourist eyes the enjoy, the amusement when they heard a story about some monuments or some cities or some food. Yeah, it's very nice job. And in 21st century, we need to develop social media to show the beauty spots, the best place. And as I am a local, I believe that I know a little more, maybe details or hidden places than others. That's why I try to show a lot of things on social media, especially on Instagram. It is Firuza Guide. On YouTube, it's also Firuza Guide. And I have followers from all over the world. And I believe that in future, we will be more touristic country than now. And I think that's all. If you have any question, I'm ready.
Thank you, dear Firuza, for sharing your blogging experience with us. We hope you best of luck for your future endeavors. So if any of you guys have any questions, you can reach her out on Instagram as Firuza Guide. So you can find her and message her if you need any more information about Uzbekistan and about the activities that you can do in Uzbekistan. Thank you. So our next session brings us insight from Polenzo University and Slow Food. So they're all celebrating the unforgettable local flavors and traditions in Central Asia through a project called the Ark of Taste. So they have an incredible mission, which is to keep unique food traditions alive. So it's very interesting to hear how they are making sure that we don't lose those delicious local vibes. And Polenzo University and Slow Food members, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much. Can you see the presentation, the slide?
Yes, we can.
First of all, I would like to thank you, the organizer of the event, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Dauro Mattia Zocchi. I'm a postdoc researcher at the University of Gastronomic Sciences in Pollenzo. It is based in the northern part of Italy. I'm a food geographer, and I'm also the scientific coordinator of the Ark of Taste, which is the project that I would like to introduce you to today. So basically, as this project can be conceived either as a platform or a tool that can be used by different actors in the food and tourism sector in order to showcase the diversity of products, of food products that are embedded in traditional foodscape and that are part of the food heritage of local communities. So just to give you some information about the project was created in 1996 by the Slow Food movement, and this is the key pillar of the Slow Food movement for what concern all those activities that this movement carry out in order to safeguard and promote food heritage. In particular, the Ark of Taste is an online database that collects information about endangered food products that are connected to the culture, history, and tradition of different areas of the world. So what are the main objectives of this project? So first of all, the Ark of Taste aims at pointing out the existence of this product. It also aims at drawing attention about the risk of losing these specific traits of the local food culture. And it also aims at inviting everyone, scholars, food activists, members of the civil society, to take concrete action in order to prevent the loss and disappearance of this important part of the food heritage. The project, as I said before, was created in 1996, and thanks to the support of Slow Food members, scholars from different universities, as well as people that are committed to this specific topic, we achieve a great result in terms of product that we documented so far. So we have documented so far over 6,000 products in almost each part of the world, because we documented the products in 150 different countries. But let's try to take a more in-depth insight on the project. So as I said, the main aim is to document food products, but there are some elements, some characteristics that we take into account in order to understand whether or not a product should be part of this project. So regarding the type of products in the Ark of Taste, we aim at collecting information about plant and animal species that are local varieties or local ecotypes, so species that are very well adapted to the local environment. But we also document artisanal food products such as dairy products, beverages, sweets, and so on and so forth, because these products are a good proxy to understand the interplay between Second point, we focus on those products that are connected to small-scale food systems and that are embedded in the memory, in the culture, and in the traditional knowledge of local communities that are conceived in this project as the bearers of this tradition and also as the guardian of this important part of the food heritage. And obviously, we focus mostly on those products that we define as endangered. So products that due to different factors that can be connected to the economic, social, cultural, ecological milieu, that they are about to disappear from the local foodscape. And the disappearance of this product will also lead to the disappearance of all those bunch of knowledge and heritage that is connected to this specific product and all their value chain. But how does the Ark of Taste work? So basically, the Ark of Taste is conceived as a participatory-based project. So basically, everyone can contribute actively to the product by nominating food products that are connected to specific region, to specific areas, and these information are the starting point of a process that involve members of Slow Food, members of the University of Gastronomic Sciences, as well as experts in the food and gastronomy sector that are in charge of evaluating and possibly enriching this information that eventually are disseminated through different tools. One of the tools that we use in the framework of the project is the website of the Slow Food Foundation for Biodiversity, which is the agency in charge of all those projects connected to food biodiversity and food heritage in the framework of Slow Food. And in this website, everyone can access for free to information that has been collected so far regarding products that are currently part of the Ark of Taste. You can see in the slide just an example on how we present the information through this specific tool. But the Ark of Taste is also part of the University of Gastronomic Sciences, and in the last 10 years we have been working mostly on some theoretical and methodological issues that are connected to the documentation of food products and food heritage. And in this framework, we have developed a specific multidisciplinary models and methodologies that can be used in the field to document local food products, but also to understand what are some of the possible trajectories aimed at revitalizing these resources and transforming these resources into potentially crucial resources for the development and the sustainable development of local communities. And we apply this model in different areas and in different projects, specifically in Latin America and in Africa, but we are also approaching, we are also thinking about new project in Central Asia. And let's say the methodology that we develop in this frame is called food scouting, which is basically a set of different methodological tools that can be used to document from an ethnographic perspective what are the elements that characterize a specific foodscape and the associated food culture. And it's also a methodology that helps scholars, but also practitioners, to understand what are the main dynamics at play regarding specific resources that are embedded in local foodscape. And in the frame of food scouting research, we develop different specific methodologies that can be used by scholars and other actors in order to explore specific places that are connected to the local foodscape, such as production sites, such as markets, such as restaurants and other gastronomic activities. And in these different places, we can interact with the specific methods, with the stakeholders, with the actors that are currently and that are daily involved in the production, commercialization, and consumption of specific food products. And by interacting with these people, we can gather information about the perception of these actors regarding the role, the value, and the current situation of these products. And one of the tools that we have developed in the framework of the Ark of Taste is another dissemination tool called the Ark of Taste Atlases, that are basically monographic book that aims at representing the food heritage of specific countries, and also to highlight some dynamics that are affecting the survival and conservation of food heritage in specific places. And in the frame of this project that we started in 2017, we developed different activities and different initiatives, starting from the Latin America, where we developed the first project in Peru. But in the course of the year, we also work along with local stakeholders and local university in other countries such as Kenya, Mexico, Brazil, Albania, and recently we have also worked in Ukraine. Those are just some of the example of the products that we have documented so far in the framework of the Ark of Taste atlases, and this is the layout that we use in the book in order to present some baseline information about food products that are connected to specific areas and to specific food cultures. This is, for instance, an example of the activities that we carry out in Eastern Africa, in Kenya, and this is another example about artisanal food products linked to the Balkans and specifically to Albania. But why this product and this project is important? So it is not just a recollection of information about the food heritage of a region, but it is a tool that can be used by different stakeholders in order to create connection within the foodscape. That it can be used as a source of information for stakeholders such as chefs. It can be used as an educational tool for students in the field of gastronomy, tourism, and food, obviously. But it is also an important and interesting tool in order to give tourists a first insight on the diversity and richness of food and food heritage in a specific region. And so in so doing, it can be conceived as a starting point of a project aimed at developing tourism linked to food and gastronomy. Just to conclude and give you some numbers, so far we have published 10 different atlases. By the way, many of them are accessible for free online on the website of the University of Gastronomic Sciences. We have documented in the framework of this project more than 600 products, and we were able to organize also dissemination events linked to the gastronomic sector, especially Latin America and Africa, where we try to give visibility to the project, but also to involve some key actors in the specific revival of some of the products that we have documented in the framework of this project. As I said, we have also started in the past some activities in Central Asia, and so far we have documented a very tiny representation of the diversity of Central Asia. Just to give you an example, in Uzbekistan, in the past year, some members of the slow food movement have documented 11 products that are currently part of the database of the Ark of Taste, but obviously this is just a starting point, and we would like to implement more activities and more projects aimed at documenting the diversity and richness of this incredible country. And just to finalize why this activity could be important for Uzbekistan. This could be important because by understanding the diversity of products that are connected to specific areas, we can also figure out possible activities and possible projects that can be implemented in order to revitalize these resources and transforming these resources into a potential asset for the implementation of gastronomic-based activities that can be connected to the restaurant sectors, but also in this case could be connected to the tourism sector, and this could allow to create specific activities aimed at connecting tourism with the resources that are unique and representative of Uzbekistan. Thank you so much for your time. And by the way, if you want to have more information, you can send me an email. You can find the email in the last slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Zocchi, for sharing on food tourism and your project here, globally and in Central Asia. Now we stay in Italy, and we move to the smallest Italian region of Aosta as an example on how putting together agriculture and tourism can lead to incredible results in a context that is for many elements quite similar to some areas of Central Asia. And so for that, we are happy to welcome Claudine Bruno, who is going to give us an example of how putting together food and tourism for sustainable development in community-based tourism can work and can be also a good example for many realities in Central Asia. So please, Claudine. We cannot hear. I don't know if your microphone is on, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know if somebody can give another feedback. We cannot hear from Bukhara State University.
Your microphone is on, but
okay.
There's no audio. Anyway, maybe you can try again. Connect and disconnect. I mean, mute and unmute. Maybe. No, not yet. In the top, no, bottom left corner, you can see the audio settings. Yes. Click the arrow next to it, and then you can select the audio input. I'm not hearing you yet, I think. Can you say something?
Are you hearing me? No.
Yes,
yes,
now we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I have here my presentation. Thank you for your patience. Can you see the
Claudine, this
presentation?
is
it okay?
yeah, we can see the speaker view. Maybe if you can select the other window, then we can see the slide.
Can you hear me or not?
Yes, we can hear you.
And see the presentation. Okay.
We see from here.
What?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay, perfect. There is a real difficulty. Okay. So a blueprint for integrating food and tourism in Central Asia. And that was to tell you how can a small alpine region such as Aosta Valley manage to integrate agriculture production and tourism business even in hard climatic conditions. So my name is Claudine Bruno. I am a language specialist, a teacher, but also at the moment, the personal secretary of the Regional Minister of Agriculture and Natural Resources of Aosta Valley. Aosta Valley is the small, really small region, a mountain region in the north of Italy. And considering the similarities and the possible parallels with some nations in Central Asia, such as probably, first of all, Kyrgyzstan, but also the North Mountain region of Uzbekistan, I would like to shortly explore, in my brief talking, the possibility of integrating agriculture and tourism with success. So here we are really the smallest region in Italy, with a surface area of just above 3,000 squared kilometers, which is really, really small. That is to say 1% of the Italian soil. But still, with this percentage, we have many tourists coming into our area, and we have also a big agriculture, which is a local agriculture made of sustainable rural development. The region was shaped by ancient glaciers, and it has the highest mountain in all Europe, of course, if we don't look too far in Russia, for example. But we have 4,000 meter high mountains, such as, for example, Mont Blanc, Grand Paradis, Matterhorn, Savin, and Montrose. That means that over a third of our region is lying at an altitude of over 2,600 meters above sea level. And that means that agriculture here is quite hard to handle and to carry on. So the region has a central valley and 13 lateral, smaller side valleys. And we are surrounded by forests, mountains, small rivers, and mostly man-made terrace and fields. And here, especially in winter, we had a very important tourism. At the beginning, our tourism was mainly for skiing. And nowadays, little by little, we managed to move this tourism only for skiing and for winter tourism to a whole year tourism, which is also interested in food, in products, in agriculture. And that's why I think we can be a little model, a little idea of how you can integrate these two worlds. So though we are very small, and though we are at high altitude, we managed, being at the center of Occidental Europe, to have many influences. We have France on one side, Switzerland on the other side, and here it's Italy. And so we are at the center, really at the border. And so we have passes, which are very important and vital for communication and tourism. We have a very rich history, but also natural treasures. But of course, the main thing is that agriculture in the region dates back to ancient times. Nowadays, the main aspect of regional agriculture is given by the breeding of cattle. And we have indeed a particular type of cows that you can find only here in this region. These cows are called Pezzata Rossa and Pezzata Nera, and they are currently a very small number for your region, probably for your nation. We have only 47,000 of these cows, but with these cows, we make milk, and with this milk, we make a special cheese, which is a cheese with a protected designation of origin, DOP. This cheese is called Fontina, and recently it was recognized also at a European level. So what is important to notice is that in this little region, we do have 4 DOP products. That means 4 protected designation of origin in our products for food and for tourism also, which is Fontina, a cheese, Formaggio, another cheese, and then we have Lardo, which is in Russian salo, and in English, I think it's lard, and Jambon de Bosse. So really typical that you can only find here. And that is the idea. The idea is that tourists have to come here to taste those products, because we produce a very small scale quantity of food because of our little territory, little space. And so if you want to taste the products, you have to come here. So to date, we have Fontina, but we have also many other products such as honey, apples, nuts, chestnuts, wine, of course. And what is important to notice is that in the years, we were able to identify a community of farmers and breeders that also are able to host tourists in their houses. So that means that the houses where the cows were living were little by little transformed into little, let's say, hotels, which is not really a hotel, but you have some rooms. And in those rooms, you can have tourists coming, tasting our products, and that's the main point, listening to the story of this product. Because the main thing to note is that the modern tourism needs to have a narration. And this narration begins with the capacity of the breeders or the farmers to tell their history and to share with the tourists their passion, to tell them how is their life and how they are producing what comes onto the table. And that's the secret of agritourism, but we will see it later on. Now I would like to show you a video which is a sort of explanation of what are our products. I hope that you will see it, because maybe it's a little bit hard with the internet connection, but I hope it's working. So first of all, in this video, I will talk. You can see our mountains. You can see how people is still working in the farms. And we really can say that the pride of Aosta Valley agriculture is really this fontina, which is this semi-cooked cheese produced with whole raw bovine milk. And here you can see how we do it. So this cheese was recognized by the European Union. And so now we have approximately 2,700 wheels, that means forms of cheese. They weigh a minimum of 8 kilograms. And every year we produce this cheese, but you can find it only here in Aosta Valley and in some other regions of the world. Other production is the wet goat milk you can see in the video, but also small berries like strawberries, blueberries, raspberries that are very much appreciated as summer fruits. And another very common activity that was in the past and that is taking more and more force in the coming days is the honey production. We have around 700 beer keepers. They are present in Aosta Valley with 10 or 12 hives each, and they produce around 1,000 kilograms of honey. So you can see that the numbers of the production is always very limited. But this is our secret. People coming here to taste this small local production. And everything is biological. Everything, you can see the apples, you will see the pears, everything comes here and you can find it only here. So that's, I think, the secret of uniting together tourism and agriculture. Wine is one of our best production at the moment, really enhancing local gastronomy. And we are supporting, as Minister of Agriculture, we are really supporting and promoting with economical help all breeders and all farmers in that sense. Here you can see potatoes. So here you can really see that probably our agriculture is very, very close to the one you have in Uzbekistan, in Kyrgyzstan, and in all nations of Central Asia. Okay, and this is our slogan. So taste Aosta Valley. Because as I was telling you, the idea was really to explain the tourists that they have to come here, and then here they can discover what is behind the products that they are eating and that they are finding on the table. So fontina, wine, honey, and so on. So tourism in Aosta Valley began at the beginning of the 19th century or the middle of the 18th century, because it was really for the European classic tour important to come to Italy, but it was also a way to measure itself in front of the high peaks. But nowadays, tourism is something different. After the Second World War in the 50s, the people from the neighbor regions, such as Piedmont, Lombardy, but also France and Switzerland, came from the cities to have fun on the snow. And it was a time where the first ski lifts were built and the first big hotels. So we had this sort of construction. But now we understood that we really do have to have small hotels in the family, and that we have to host our people into precious and close to nature surrounding. So now the idea is really this one. And so agritourism in Aosta Valley was born in the 80s, but the first laws concerning agritourism were regulated with a law in the 1995. And among the activity of the agritourism, the idea is to have a breeder or a farmer and to maintain the connection with agricultural life. This activity, that means the agriculture and the breeding, must remain prevalent over the tourism activity. And this is to help people in maintaining the territory. So with this law, it helped a lot of people to really use also old houses and fields and take care about our territory, which is very, very complicated. Another example that I would like to submit to you just very quickly is the integration between tourism and agriculture in summer, especially in summer. And it's called Alpage Ouvert. It's a sort of a feast celebrating the life at high altitude. It's a life which is really hard to hold and to do, because you have to live more than 100 days away from society in these houses with your cows. But now breeders are trying to share with the tourists, share with other people how they live over there. The cows usually go up into the mountains over 2,500 meters above sea level at the end of May, and they stay there June, July, August, and then they come back at the end of September, usually the 29th of September. So they stay there 4 months because they have to breed fresh grass and fresh pastures, mountain pastures. And the place where they stay is called Alpage. And there is a local association in collaboration with the regional department, the regional Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources, that organized since 2000, that means over 23 years, this big event, which is an initiative that aims to gradually bring tourists closer to the dimension of the mountain pasture, to celebrate people living over there, but also sharing with them the rhythm, the life, explain them how the cow live in the stable and how the products are to be done. So there is really a possibility for people to go up, be curious, and understand how life in the mountains is. So the secret, in my opinion, and what we are aiming with our region, we are aiming to do and we are supporting to do, is really to...
Claudine, can you please wrap up, please? We have to stick to the schedule as good as we can.
Yes. That's the final point.
We are over time.
That's the final point. I would like only to share you the key words. So the idea was really to love your place, so love the place you live in, protect it. And of course, the idea was to share and to narrate. So if you need maybe some more information of which laws and how to do it, no problem. You can find the email and go onto the website and see the different activity one can do with agritourism and agriculture. So thank you for your attention, and sorry for the delay in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing on how to put together agriculture and tourism. So now we go back to Central Asia with our next speaker, Magdalena Konik from Isari Adventures, who is going to talk about horseback riding in Kyrgyzstan. So, you know, horseback riding is one of the top activities to do here in Central Asia, but it's very important, as Anula also highlighted, to organize horseback riding tours in the right way. So to talk about that with more details, we welcome our next speaker, Magdalena. The floor is yours, please.
Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. I hope you hear me. I need some time because I see that my camera. Okay, my camera doesn't work as I see, so I have to just see if you hear me or no. And I will try to share my screen also to show you.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear, but of course we don't see now. So probably there is
now you see the photo?
Yes.
Yeah, now you see. Okay. So for me, topic is quite big because I work with horses many years. I work in tourism 20 years over. And to be honest, to sum up everything, I will try to show you what I experienced in Kyrgyzstan because I spent there 3 weeks riding a horse in many places just to check trails, just to check guides, because I wanted to develop to Kyrgyzstan. I mostly ride in Georgia and Turkey and in other countries, and my customers mostly are from Europe or they are Americans. So they have just quite high expectation of experience and also about standards because mostly they need to pay really a lot to go to Central Asia, and they expect, of course, that they will have the best service that they can have. And Kyrgyzstan, where I experienced horse riding, and also I wish to experience in other countries in Central Asia, or not even in Central Asia, but Kyrgyzstan itself has very, very big potential because, you know, this is like origin of horses. So in one way, horses are connected very, very closely to the tradition. But in other way, let's say that tourism forced the different kind of using horses. And also, we have to remember that using a horse, for example, by family of shepherds is totally different than using a horse for tourism. And this will be also totally different horses or different kind of teaching those horses to work. So to sum up everything, what I want to say about horse tourism, I wish to separate let's say, horse tourism into a few segments that you need to focus also when you choose somebody, for example, to ride a horse, or when you want to find a tour operator or agency or private guide for horse riding. There are a few things that I noticed in many countries, also in Kyrgyzstan. So I think this is like a common problem of horse riding in the world. Mostly in places that you don't have law about qualified tourism, which is like high risk tourism, like in high mountains or with horses or with other sports. So if there's no law that regulates using, let's say, of equipment for tourism, for qualified tourists using also horses, it's quite hard to force people also to change some things. But to focus on people, to focus on the segments of horse riding tourism, first of all, guides. The problem with guides in many countries, I cannot say only in Kyrgyzstan, in many countries, is that mostly guides are owner of horses. And they can be the best owner even of those horses, but they don't have basic knowledge about service for tourists, about talking with tourists. They don't have language, they don't have vet knowledge sometimes. And when people who really have high expectation come to those countries, they see mostly that guide, even he has like 10 or 20 horses, he totally doesn't know most of things that people learn on first lesson of horse riding in Europe. So I know it sounds very critically, but I wish to show you also other things, like sometimes when the herd is, let's say the place for horse riding is quite experienced, they sometimes send their children as a guide. So once I had a situation that I wanted to take 5 horses for people, and they gave me 5 horses without a guide. And I asked them how it's possible that you are giving me the horse without any asking me how my level of horse riding is, and without any person responsible for those horses. So the man told me, okay, you can go with my son who is 7 years old. So this was totally not professional. And for sure, I will never come back to this place. And it was just arranged, I went with these people, even I took only like 5 people, and somebody after they just came with us. But without a guide, you cannot have safe experience for people. You cannot have full experience for people. In many countries, I saw also that many guides, they just don't care about groups. They take, for example, one guide take 9, 10 people, and he thinks that he's the best guide because he took so many tours for the horse tour. The problem is, if one horse or for example in one tourist fall down, who will help the other? If you have only one guide and you don't think about safety, which should be first on this kind of sport also. And it doesn't depend if you have experienced riders or non-experienced riders. And it should be like, for example, for my tours, minimum is every 4 tourists need to have somebody to protect them, a guide or some helper. Because whatever happens, we need to have a team of people to share this problem. For example, one person helps this person who fall down, and the other has the group. So without a guide, if one guide, for example, help a tourist, unfortunately, the rest of the group doesn't know what to do. The horses can do everything, and they don't have any control of that. Of course, to this topic with guides, we can add alcohol sometimes on tours, or even, small things like cigarettes. I know that many people smoke, and it's like it's their choice. But when they are on the tour in a very sensible place like national park or very beautiful place, and they smoke and they just put this garbage outside, people see that and they will not come back, because they see that this person doesn't respect their own place, which for them is very beautiful. So even the place is beautiful, they will not come back, they will not recommend this place, because they see that local people doesn't treat this place seriously. And also the problem that we have also in Georgia, for example, problem with qualified people who knows what to do, who wants to learn, first of all, who has basic vet knowledge, which I know it's quite hard to take, to get in many countries. This I understand. Let's say when I work in Georgia, for example, I can say that Georgia started to be a candidate to European Union and still doesn't have a law about guides and restriction for guides. So I know it takes time to change many things in thinking of horse tourism from the, let's say, saddle of the guide. The second thing is horses, because many times I heard, yeah, I have a good horse. I will give you a good horse. If I say to somebody, I am quite good rider, they say, okay, I have a good horse for you. But it totally doesn't mean this horse was taught to work in tourism. This horse is good because he won the competition. He's, for example, for kokburu, for horse race. So sometimes the meaning of good horse is totally different for tourists, for their level of knowledge about horse riding, and for the owner of the horse. And this I see in many countries, unfortunately. Also, the health of horses, basic vet knowledge, and also like horseshoeing, like taking care of basic things when the horse is hurt and somebody put the saddle on this horse. So I think that tourists also should react if they see hurt horses, very slim horses without muscles. They should react that this is not proper. But also this is like tourist education. So the third thing I wish to say, if we promote some region and we tell about horse riding, we have to also think about brand marketing, because that's what we show as our advertisement will go back with this tourist that they are target of this advertisement. So if we, for example, if we advertise horse riding as a totally freedom, you can do everything because you can gallop on this and or in the mountains, you can gallop, enjoy, and have fun. You will get clients who totally don't care about horses and want to have fun. We have good horses. We care about horses. You will get really experienced people who really look for good treating horses, and they will bring you more clients because they will see the difference. Also, when we educate tourists, when we show photos, we need to also look at the photos, what we, for example, show people. We can show something like this, that, for example, when I was in Korsu. So my luck was that we went there really, really early morning. So we didn't even met anybody on the way. So it was amazing experience. And I remember this, let's say, way to this lake as a very good experience. Even I had a guide who was totally not experienced, but I had also people who were experienced, and I went with them. I told them everything, what to do, when to do, how they should behave in the river, how they should behave doing like this, going up, going down. Even they knew that, but as experienced guide, I am responsible for these people. So they need to have care of this during all the way. And even sometimes they don't know that they do something wrong because nobody told them. And, when we were on Korsu, we had like 20 minutes of really, really great view. And after that started to happen something that I just cannot accept, which is massive tourism. Mass tourism for people who, first of all, don't know anything about horses. It should be forbidden. And also, I know that this is quite good income in many countries, in even many developed countries. It still happens that, for example, you have horses only to take photos on them. And they, for example, they all day, they're on a small rope. They cannot eat the grass. They don't have water. They don't have even a place to move. But they are always ready with the saddle to give them to tourists because they want to show on Instagram that you have photo on a horse, you experience horse riding, for example, in Kyrgyzstan, Cappadocia, or any other place. So this should be our moral also, what we let people to do with horses. Because, horse owners, I know that for them it's quite good income because it's quite fast, it's quite expensive in many places, and they totally don't care about horses. So if I see something like this, I see that somebody totally forgot about horses that he work with. So also, when you have tourists on horse riding, as a tour operator or of income tourists, you need to know one basic thing. People in Europe, they have insurance. For horse riding is additional insurance for high risk sports or even some, more risky. Most people who go for horse riding in countries that, for example, people who are not prepared for horse riding, they don't go exact for horse riding. They don't have this insurance. So whatever happens, the guide for sure will say that he is not responsible for the accident. But also those people will have problem in the hospital. And we as a tour operators need to know about it, to expect from tourists that they have exact insurance for this kind of sports. Because without this, also they will have bad experience. Because, for example, they didn't know. How would they should know if they are not experienced? So, this we can talk about also traditions that are connected with horses. And in one way, of course, many people goes to Kyrgyzstan, to Central Asia, to other places to see traditions with horses. But we cannot, let's say, think that tradition with horses and, for example, horse riding for tourists is the same. And sometimes it needs to have totally different horses. So, yeah. So we have to think about horse riding in a more responsible way. Now I see. Oh. No, it's I just turn off the photo I see because I thought that I did some mistake. Sorry for that. So to tell you something also to the end, we started some projects of learning about teaching future guides in Georgia, that to show them that they are also responsible for everything what is connected with horses, but also with people. Without good service, they will not have good clients. For example, if you do everything properly, if you do everything and safety is first for you and for horses, these people will come back even to the same place with their friends again and again. But without, basic knowledge about service with horses, about their behavior, their health, and also about service in tourism and building your own brand, it will not work, together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights about one of the most popular activity in Central Asia, which is horse riding. So our next speaker is Bermet Borubaeva. She's not only an urban environment analyst and researcher, but she's also co-founder of Bishkek School of Contemporary Art as well. So she brings a unique perspective to our webinar today. Bermet is all about exploring the world differently. She's not just traveling by train, but using this journey to connect different communities around the world. So without further wait, let's welcome Bermet. So Bermet, the floor is yours. Can you share your journey with us? Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? I hope so. While
yes.
Yeah, thank you. I hope I think you. Yeah, I hear. I studied a lot with you today. Thank you so much for all presentation, and thank you a lot for organizers for this unique opportunity to meet you all. And I hope that we will stay in touch because we are very interested to communicate with all of you in future. And I am as the co-founder of the Bishkek School of Contemporary Art. We always try to work with our regional partners in Central Asia. That's why I'm so interested in contact with you. And yeah, I just want to share today my small traveling experience and research experience this year. But we have a lot of other many projects. You can also check at the website and Instagram of Bishkek School of Contemporary Art that share, as well as we work with waste management as an analyst. So that's why it's also very important for me to speak with you more. And we had this. We had this interesting project with the summer school Железка, organized by Institute for Geography in Germany, Leipzig. And I wanted to tell more about traveling by train and community engagement along the way. So we had huge way by train. First entry point was Astana. And by the way, can you see the video? Can you see my share screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, the video.
Okay, great. Yeah, great. So as you know, Asana is representing yourself as a city of future, and we entered from Astana our rail train traveling, and it was also very important to start from Astana because it's actually how it's we in Central Asia trying to present our future. So we traveled really like 2 weeks. We were in trains. We made points, different. We had different. Almaty, then and we researched it. Like for example, here is a new train station in Assam. It's very big, and you see there is a piano. You can play music while you're waiting your train, and it's more like a contemporary organized, comparing with a children game zones. And for me, it also was very unexpected that we had so many infrastructures in Central Asia, because if you never experienced this, if you don't region and want to come, sometimes you don't know what you can actually have here. And our traffic was super fast, but we anyway tried to have small experiences with local community, especially with local urbanists and researchers and transport experts. For example, from the Astana, we went to the Almaty. We met municipal agency for city development and workshops. It was super important. And then we went to Shymkent, where we met also community of scientists who work with the transportation. And you see sometimes with a new trains, but sometimes it's a very old Soviet train. Sometimes you can choose, sometimes you can't, because it can be only one possible way. And sometimes we come at night. We had night traveling, and there is also from Shymkent there is a very nice train to Tashkent, and it's also very important connecting the region. And from Tashkent we went to Samarkand, Bukhara, and then to Nukus. And from Nukus we had like not train but bus, private bus to Moynok. So it was, and from Moynok back to Tashkent. through Samarkand and Bukhara, but not stopping. And then we go to Andijan, and from Andijan we went to Osh also by bus. And then we had the opportunity, and then we ended in Bishkek. And it was also not, there is no train connecting south and north of the country, and that's why we had a flight. But for us, it was important to finish in Bishkek as well, as the capital of Kyrgyzstan. And here we see now blue station. And for us, it was also like really this travel was very starting point to also think about environment, about ecology, because as you know, of the tragedy of the Aral Sea. So here is the road to where is the left there without actually the water. And when you and there is actually also museums of the Aral Sea as well. So and that's why it's very important to mention for me museums, because we're working with art and traveling Central Asia by train or other ways. You also can visit a lot of museums about and know more about actually the region. And there is also a museum of Igor Savitsky in Nukus. As well as even 2 museums of about Aral Sea tragedy in Muinok. So it's a short video presentation and like video essay that I wanted to make a short. And as a transport expert, for me it was very important to have also some recommendation for future, like first for maybe for all of us, like to be more connected with each other. And thank you so much also to Abroad Drive to connect today us and all colleagues who did this presentation, who did this conference, and for the more like people making decision. It's train traveling across the Central Asia. It's possible. It's sometimes more convenient than other transportation modes. That's why I think we all can develop it more and to put on the table more solutions how we can promote it together, as well as developing like a system or network inside the traveling. For example, what we can do coming to the city, because if we promote Central Asian train traveling, it's also as an international project, it's sometimes difficult for the traveler to find on the like locally communities. So it also can be developed and included. As I'm not the organizer of this project, I don't know how it will be in the future, but I hope this project will have development, and maybe next time we can join together and do it together. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. So thank you for the experience, and thank you for a unique journey that can be carried out through the train across Central Asia. Well, I hope this journey would be very interesting to many people who are interested in sustainable tourism and community-based tourism. So we are ready to introduce our next speaker. Her name is Kathrin Klöti, and she represents Helvetas. She's going to talk about cultural tourism in Karakul and complementary tourism activities for winter sports, skiing and other activities. So she's going to share her experience based on the project that she carried out in the Karakul area, which was about sustainable winter tourism development. So, Kathrin, do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. I'm just about to start sharing my screen. Just a second. Thank you, Mattia, already for the introduction. Yeah, just give me a second, please, and let me know if you see my screen. It's not in full screen mode yet. There you go. I hope everyone can see the screen. Yes, so again, thank you, Mattia, for the introduction. As Mattia already said, my name is Kathrin Klöti. I represent the Swiss Sustainable Winter Tourism Development Project, which is funded through the Swiss government and implemented by Helvetas in Kyrgyzstan. So today I have the pleasure to be joining you from Karakul. And I'm here to talk about cultural tourism, in particular in year-round tourism development. And you might already have noticed maybe a bit of a contradiction. So the project that I work on is a winter tourism development project, but I'm here to talk about cultural and year-round tourism, but we will get to that point. So in particular, I would quickly like to give you a bit of a background about Karakul, which is the fourth largest town in Kyrgyzstan. It's in the northeast of the country. And then I will introduce you to some of the achievements that we have within the project that I work on. And I will also give you a bit of an outline of some of the future ideas that we have, starting with the year 2024, which, as we know, is very soon. Yeah, so Karakul, as I said, the fourth largest town in Kyrgyzstan and Kyrgyzstan more broadly speaking, they are not completely new to tourism. So Isikul beach vacations, for example, were already popular during Soviet times, so over 30 years ago. But what we see until today is really a very pronounced seasonality. So tourism in Karakul and in Kyrgyzstan focuses primarily on the peak season of July and August. As we know, the year has 10 more months. You want your reception personnel to also have some work. You want the guides to have work year round. So the question is what to do, right? Another thing is also that Kyrgyzstan is very well known, or is well known, let's say, for its nature, but maybe a bit less for its culture. So we thought if we want to keep, for example, a hiking guide busy for outside of the summer season, then an obvious solution or opportunity to think about would be winter tourism, especially if you have the climatic conditions. And again, if you have someone, let's say, who works as a trekking guide in the summer, then there's a lot of transferable skills in such a person that can also be applied for winter sports, as an example. And Kyrgyzstan in particular, it has gained a bit of a reputation for ski touring, for example. Karakul also has the highest ski base for downhill skiing in Central Asia. So those are some of the activities that we as a project have also been working on. So we trained ski touring guides. We have helped train downhill ski instructors, and then we got a bit creative as well. So we have worked on snowshoeing. We are working on cross-country skiing. As Isikul Lake never freezes, it's also possible to go kayaking in the middle of winter, for example. So there's really quite a lot of things that you can do. But we still wanted to explore what the options are, and really also what destination visitors are interested in. And so we launched a survey that was 2 years ago. We surveyed over 400 visitors to Karakol destination. And the outcome was really quite interesting because we gave people a multiple choice option. But we had some options already predefined, right? So we had some of the things that I already talked about. We had winter kayaking, we had snowshoeing, we had all sorts of things. But the number one activity that people thought we should put more focus on was maybe the one that was least expected. I'm going to show it to you. So the option that got the most votes from people were cultural activities, right? So wellness, for example, not as interesting. Ski touring, not as interesting. Snowshoeing, not as interesting. That is not to say that these activities don't deserve some attention, but really what destination visitors thought we should be mostly working on were cultural activities. And realistically, that does not mean that people in the future will come to Karakol only for cultural activities, but let's say they go skiing throughout the day, they want something to do in the evening as well, right? So they can, for example, join a cultural dinner. Or maybe also if we develop more cultural activities, again, people might still come for skiing, but maybe they will stay a day longer, right? And also join a cooking class, also go to the local museum, join a city walking tour. So this is really where we said, okay, apparently there is some potential there, and we have been working in particular on cultural activities next to a lot of other activities we have been working on within our project. So concretely, in regards to cultural tourism, what have we been working on? We have been working on culinary products. Everyone needs to eat, right? So food is always a relatively easy entry ticket. There are cooking classes that you can now book in Karakol. There are several cultural dinners that can be booked. And the interesting part about Karakol is also that it's very multi-ethnic. So yes, the majority of the population is ethnic Kyrgyz. You also have ethnic Uzbeks, you have ethnic Russians, you have ethnic Tungans, for example. So it's really a very multi-ethnic destination, and that is really very interesting for visitors because you can experience, let's say, a lot of different worlds in a relatively small destination. So you see in one of the pictures a cooking class. It's a Dungan cooking class, and that is a Muslim population that originated from China. So if you are in one of their cooking classes, essentially you could quite feel like you are in China when you look at the ingredients. But then in another picture you see a Cossack dinner. So an East Slavic group, so you can quite frankly feel like you are in Russia when you're joining one of their cultural dinners. So it's really very diverse. Then we have also had until now 2 editions of the Karakol Winter Fair, where we united handcrafters from all over the country, where of course also local handcrafters, local artists had the opportunity to really showcase their products. Also a lot of dancing, for example, musical events, foods. We are about to have a 3rd edition of that. I'm going to get to that. And also we have been training cultural guides together with the World Federation of Tourist Guide Associations. So it is now possible in Karakol to book cultural walking tours, or also if you say come to Karakol really during any season of the year. If let's say your main focus is on hiking, you can now also find guides that, yes, they have the knowledge to conduct trekking tours, but they have also received training on integrating more cultural elements into their tours. Yeah, and then what are the future plans? This is where I'm going to do a bit of advertising because, as I already said, we have this 3rd edition of the Karakol Winter Fair coming up, and I will let the video speak for itself. Yeah, so that is really coming up very soon. The video was in Russian. I will quickly repeat it. So the dates for this winter fair are the 6th, 7th, and 8th of January. So if maybe you or some of your clients are in the area around then, it's really worth a visit. Of course, we hope that we will have more cultural activities throughout next year and the years to come. And we're also really open for collaboration opportunities. I will get to that as well. But really, my main point is if you do send clients to Kyrgyzstan and to Karakol, consider including cultural elements into the itineraries as well, rather than, let's say, only nature-focused activities. Yes. And with that, I will say John Rahmat and Spasiba Balshoye for now. And I will also include the possibilities to stay in touch, either with the project that I was here to represent, or also with Destination Karakol. Thank you so much.
Okay, Kathrin, thanks a lot for the experience from the project that you carried out in Karakol, Kyrgyzstan. So, but I would like to highlight one point, and that those who travel to Central Asia, they may want to go to Karakol, not only to Kyrgyzstan, but only to Karakol that is located in Bukhara region. So I think it would be also helpful to mention that Karakol, where you are going to host a fair, is located in Kyrgyzstan. Otherwise, people may search for kind of places in Bukhara region. So, okay, there is a question that was asked earlier during our session. If you don't mind, I would like to ask it right now. So the question is, how does global warming affect winter tourism in Central Asia? Yeah, so the question was asked on YouTube. Kathrin, what do you think?
Yes, I do. This is precisely one of the reasons also why within the project that I represent, we decided to focus on cultural tourism as well, right? Yes, because yes, it's possible in theory to conduct winter sports in Central Asia, but climate change definitely affects the picture. So the winters are getting shorter and they are getting less reliable in terms of the snow level. So yes, I would say definitely yes, it is a challenge. Doesn't mean that you should give up altogether, but I think you need to stay more flexible. So that's precisely also why we decided, for example, to focus more on snowshoeing or cross-country skiing, because you need to you still need snow, but you are a bit less reliant on a certain snow level than you would be, for example, with downhill skiing.
Thank you very much for your answer. So if you have further questions, we can ask it right now. So then I can give the floor to Indigay.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are coming to an end of today's conference, and I want to thank again to all our speakers and contributors from abroad and from the region and from Central Asia. And I also want to thank our co-organizers, the Bukhara State University and Matthew and his team for the preparation and the work up front to this event. This was the very first Central Asia Tourism Conference that we took part in. We hope there will be many more to follow, because many speakers mentioned today, it's the best way to develop tourism and to move forward is by collaboration. Collaboration locally, collaboration internationally, with the government, with associations, with tour operators, with guide associations, with distributors and platforms like IndiGuide. And yeah, I hope we will see more of that in the future. This was another step, I hope, in the right direction. Thank you for joining us. We have the recording on YouTube. We will, of course, keep sharing it across Central Asia and keep promoting the messages of today's conference. And with this, almost on time, which is great for Central Asia. I mean, we are just 8 minutes behind schedule. Are there any last words from Bukhara? If not, I will close this meeting and wish you a very happy holidays, a great end of year 2023, a great season to 2024, and we are looking for a new prosperous season. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ati.
Maybe just one audio.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so I'm going to be very fast. We want this workshop to be the first step to more activities and projects on the ground to come into this direction. And yeah, thank to everybody for joining. I wish a lovely Christmas time and holiday. And yeah, see you soon. Sharifa?
Yeah, thank you so much for Indie Guide for collaborating with us in every step that we took during the organization time. Yeah, thank you to our guest speakers who allocated their time, no matter of their location and the time differences. So we are very grateful to everyone.
Dear participants, dear speakers, we are really glad to have this event today. I hope this event will contribute not only for traveling purposes. It's not only about raising awareness of some unique communities that can offer unusual, unique experience to sustainable travelers, but also I believe today's event was very important from educational perspectives, right? As a higher education institution, we hope to engage in projects related to sustainable tourism in the future. And we hope to have some partners and some enthusiastic people who participated today. We are ready to collaborate on different projects on community developments, not only in Bukhara, but also across Central Asia. So please reach out using contact information that we share. And if you have any opinion, any ideas about the further events, please also let us know so we can work together to organize and to implement such good ideas. Thank you.
Thank you.